move Haleso and said, watch that. And then we wrapped it up and we carried, right from you're hustling. So she could hear about these things and she says, how do we transport the body? What about the feeling? Do we really think we can take it very much these days? I don't know. But I tell you now that we've got to find something, that keeps us going. Take us to the next slide. There are lots and lots of causes of mental illness. We'll talk about some of those. Some of them in a bit more detail than the others. But lots of them, including child abuse, trauma, or neglect. Has anybody been abused? I was in a service, and I'm not saying I was in this church. Sometime one time, we had a good pastor who said they were beaten up when they were growing up. Sometimes some of those could have been considered as child abuse. I was one of those, my friend. Are we on internet? No. Okay. But I'm telling you, I don't know, wherever you grow up, I knew that failure was not an option. I had an old man. If you came back with the wrong, he could even beat you in advance.
In advance?
Just in case you forget. This man could beat you real good. So I had to grow up like, Marxist discipline. Literally like this. There was no margin for error. That is why there are things that some of us do, and I look at some others and I I don't know. But there are things we just could not do. When I was doing my course, I'll give you a small example of steel. And I'm not saying I am the strongest out there, but I know that I'm not the weakest. And I know that there's some power somewhere that drives some people on. But I was helping a friend where I was doing it. We started 30 of us. We were doing the master's in 30 of us on the course. 30, 40. And we finished 3. But one of my friends was a Ghanaian chap. And we used to help each other, and I was helping him quite a lot. He was driving, had lots of money, was traveling. And then, when we came to the dissertation, this man copied everything I had done. He just took off the notes. And I was called, when the course was finished, I went and traveled and went home. He called me and he said, "Ben, we've got a problem in Africa. Ben, we've got a problem." I said, "What do you mean we? What do you mean we?" He said, "We've got a problem. We need to come back." I said, "No. So eventually when I came, I went to uni. And they told me, "You're going to fail this thing." I said, "What do you mean?" I've got to repeat what there's a paper, I failed this. I said, "It's not possible." I said, "It is not possible. This is my work." He said, "You copied the other one." I said, "Me? Copied it?" I said, "It's the other way around." There was a bit of an argument. And I said, "You give me a text. Give it to me again. That coursework and the dissertation. Give me 1 week." I said, tears started flowing. I said, "Where I come from, failure is not an option. I don't have that option. I have to pass." Because I was a support worker. By that time, does anybody remember £5.80? I was earning £5.50. But I was paid £9,000. But we hustled. That was the hourly rate. Out of 7 days, I was spending 5 at work and doing sleeping. I was sleeping in my house for 2 days. Failure was not an option, in other words. That's the point I'm making. So I said to this prophet, I said, "Give us the same test again, or another one. Don't give us 3 weeks. Give us 1 week. And we will see who copied who." They said, "I'll give you 1 week. That is the last one." They sent them again, gave them to us 1 week. I was on that table day and night. You see the 2 days I was sleeping at home. You see, I was 5 days at work day and sleeping. So I said, I begged my boss, I said, "Can I do 7 sleepings?" So out of 7 days, I was at work for 7 days, day and night. And in 1 week, I finished an exam. This man did not finish to this day. He did not do that course. But the point I'm making is that we have their tipping points. I don't know your tipping point. but they are usual things that cause this breakdown. Jumped out, broke down, they gave up the cause. And why would 30 people start and then 3 finish? Because there's different levels of pain people can take. Some people could not just take it. And I know that there are lots of examples out there. We've got people here who have started things and businesses. And I started a little business, by the way. That is why if you ask me to start business again, I cannot in this country. There's some wahala I cannot do. I cannot take it. Because I did it for a year. I was self-employed and I was given national exemption certificate. And I thought it is forever. And after I think about 2 years, I got a letter from HM Revenue, and they said that I needed to pay, I don't know how much, because I haven't paid. I said, I've got an exemption certificate. They said, that was for only 1 year. I said, I can't do this. My head was exploding. I went bankrupt. I didn't know that when you go bankrupt, your little company, you go bankrupt with it. Yeah. That's why when I talk about finances and discipline, and I know those things, I've lived the experience. I went bankrupt. Do you know what it means? You hear stories. Do you know what it means? What does it mean, for example, in day to day? How can it affect you? You have an idea. Forget about the things you read in books.
You can't borrow anyway.
Forget borrowing, my friend. You don't have a bank account for that. You cannot open a current account. No! I work like this. When all of that happened, I said, no problem. I went to court, all of that finished, no worries. So I went home, I said, I'll concentrate on my life and my job. I'll forget about that, it has gone bankrupt. By the time I got home, the call came in. And I was being summoned by the bank. I said, what have I done? And they said, you need to take out your fund. I said, why? I was with the bank alone. They said, you take your money out. I said, why? We have to give you your money. Okay. They said, I walked to the next bank and opened another one. I went there and I said, I can't. I said, hey. I went to another one and I said, hey. I said, I pay. This is serious. So for the next 5-6 years, you cannot open a bank account in your name. Did you know that? And you open a cash card account. Cash card. Which cannot even tap. Forget about paying, tap. So I was cash, proper. So I draw my money for a week. And it's in my pocket. So I had to learn discipline again. I said, is this how bad these things are? You tell me about opening business in country. That's why if I put my hand, I take it to somebody else. Me, I can't. These things are traumatizing. So I don't know about you. And I know that the things you're talking about are still here. Yeah. But all of that is going, so I'm not bankrupt anymore. But so there are life's issues, things that could test you to the very edge. And I'm not saying there's anybody here who has ever come close to. But have you ever got any suicidal thoughts? I don't know about it because the many are perfect. I'm talking about those who did not come. Me, I went one time on 8th floor and I stood like this and I looked down there. There are periods you go through that really, really, really test you. They test you. But the question is, what do you do? And are those major things? Have you had any mental illness in my family? These are life's issues. What do you do with them? I don't know. But social isolation. Has anybody been isolated? Do you know kids in school who have been isolated? And what do you do with them? How many people talk to their kids and you're one-to-one and you find time? Because men, they grow up and they don't even know. I've got a friend, we've been here hustling. She told me that there's a time her dad, bless him, his soul rest in peace, is gone now. But there's a time he came and we went to see him and what's your name? These are the men who are our fathers. There are too many children. Sometimes they don't even know the names of this one. You understand? You are Barbara. And
it's not dimension.
And what does that tell you about the closeness of the relationship? Forget about that one. Me, when I was growing up, at no point could I sit in the living room my father. Me. Are you joking? Ah, I don't know if anybody remembers those soaps. We used to have our soaps when we were growing up. We had No One But You, we had Riviera. Those ones a long time ago. One time we were watching something and we were all into this thing. And when it finished, for some reason I stayed on the telly. And then I looked around and it's like, trauma, everybody's gone. It was just me and my wife. I was like I was in the wrong place. What am I doing here? Me? What have we talked about? This man said we are going together in his car. How could I sit in the front? Huh? You sit at the back. You just don't wind this. You sit and you start winding down the. You grew up in those cars. You put it. You're winding the window down. Who are you? How dare you? You understand? You're just sitting like you're on an interview, carefully. But those I've gone are those days, friend. But I'm not saying people here grew up in those eras. How many of you talk to your children and you find a little kid? For those of us who are in care, we go to what we call mom's test. So there's no mom who can find a kid who is distressed and they walk past. Yeah? Because they always try to find something, what is wrong. I hope you find time to speak to a colleague you haven't seen. What is the matter? Does there seem to be something on your head? Lots and lots of things. Social disadvantage, comfort your day. I'm not talking about people here who are poor. There are lots of people out there who are struggling. Okay? Bad relationships. All of the ones in this place have got excellent relationships, isn't it? But I'm telling you that is a big stressor. And that includes our intimate relationship, wives and whatever, and friends. Have you ever had a situation where things have happened and you don't feel like going back home? Or you don't know what to tell that madam? Every time something comes out of your mouth, you're like, these women. It's overtime. Overtime, and then some others, those things, they get into different things. And you're wondering, I am not saying the ones here have got those kinds of relationships, but it's a very, very big stressor. Bereavement. Some people don't recover from bereavement. And some people take long. Take as long as you need. One of my first clients, side hustle, unfortunately was called Ben. And God bless him, he's also gone. But the dad, when he told me, when Ben left, when Ben took his own life, the dad, it was after a few months, he spoke to me and said, Ben is gone. I was like, God Almighty. He said, would you like to speak? Would you like to talk to me? And proper white, rich, these wealthy Jews out there. Because those kinds of mine are very, very, very wealthy and they come from wealthy families. And this man was breaking down. And I said to him, there are places you go to, there are groups you go to about bereavement and this and the other. But he was finished. His life was just crumbling. He had only 2 children. And one is gone. He had mental health problems and he's gone. Some people don't recover. Take as long as you need. Speak to people. Okay? Because these are real issues in life. And sometimes people remember only the sad memory. Talk about those people in the happiest of memories. There's something we can do about that. Okay? And then, all long-term stress. Has anybody been stressed? You've had these jobs and you've got these deadlines and etc. I gave a little story once. I gave a little testimony. I had a job, big job and wonderful and those things. In our industry, there are moments you're like, if I get to this, I got to that. Now I know what there is to that. I'm not interested anymore. My friend, it came with a very big baggage. And I used to drive miles, 200 miles round trip, 3 times a week to go to do this job. And you get to a point and money doesn't matter anymore. You just keep it. Just keep it. But the pressure that comes with some of these things, And especially jobs. Like I told you, men with our job, we can afford to have no wife, by the way. We can afford to have no family. But if a man has got a job, we live and breathe our jobs. We can survive somehow, and then we can get a new life. But women can afford to have no job, and as long as they're in a loving relationship, they have got to network around them. Men, we've got issues, my friend. So we need to take these things seriously. But only you can get yourself out of this. But there's also other things we can do. Okay? Unemployment, homelessness, being a long-term care for somebody. Go to the next one, please. Drug and alcohol misuse. If you look at, I've been lucky enough to go to some mental health hospitals. When you look at the number of people who have got drug and alcohol problems, the percentage of men to women who are using drugs and alcohol. Has anybody ever been to Botanical Hospital? I know that many of you here have probably done. Anybody gone to a mental health hospital? Botanical? Yes? And you know what is going on in there. And if you look at the streets of that country that I'm talking about, a lot of mental illness is caused by drugs and alcohol use. And what starts like kids just doing cannabis here and there ends up in a very different place. So while we see in secondary school and we know in universities here, lots of kids try drugs. And you be lying to yourself if you think, oh, mine can't. My friend, the things that happen in these universities, you'll be shocked. They live a life. Has anybody ever taken trouble to know why kids go to very far away universities? Don't tell us, Victor. But they want to be as far away from their parents as possible so that they can do things nicely and freely. And one of the things that happens a lot in these universities is drugs. And what starts as just trying some ends up growing and it ends up craving, and then the funds, and then the alcohol, and then this and that. Domestic violence, these are real things, significant trauma as an adult, physical causes, for example, head injuries, lots and lots and lots of things. And we need to be very, very careful about how we manage these situations. Next one, please. A good question. Do mental health problems run in families? Quite often we think they do. Research suggests that some mental health problems may run in families. For example, if you have a parent with schizophrenia, we know what schizophrenia is. No. Schizophrenia is a mental health problem. And a very important characteristic of this in how the people present. They hear voices, they hallucinate. Hallucinations? Hallucinations? Hearing voices? This thing could be telling me just punch that glass. I was walking past the bus stop once and I saw this guy who was holding something bigger than a chair, metallic. And I was talking to a friend. He said, somebody's going to get this. 9 o'clock in the morning. He was saying somebody's going to get this. Because I was actually going to work and it is a mental health project, I stood at a distance just to see what is going to happen. He said somebody's going to get this. And I was holding it right up here like this. He walked nicely towards the bus stop. People were coming out of the bus and he threw it at somebody. I was like, people have got things going on. You have no idea. Something is telling you, just grab it, go and hit it. I wish we had plenty people who have demonstrated the mind of these guys, what is going on. Yes, Pastor.
I'm scared of this. And it's pointing at us. And then I hold Stephen's hand and he started moving the other way. Because it was like coming and us. I said, no, I won't be brave. I just run and I walk. I will find people.
Thank you. And what is so strange, all of the people we support in our homes, those of us who work in the projects, they're like you and me. Quite often, there's nothing that shows they've got anything. So when he goes out on the street, he's just like you and me. But you look at the diagnosis and you look at the history, and you're wondering, this man, the number of things on his head, and things can happen. So you'll be shocked. Okay? So like we're saying, if you have a parent with schizophrenia, you are more likely to develop schizophrenia yourself. But no one knows if this is because of our genes or because of other factors, such as the environment we grow up in, the ways of thinking, coping, and behaving that we may learn from our parents. Although the development of some mental health problems may be influenced by our genes, researchers haven't found any specific genes that definitely cause mental health problems. And many people who experience a mental health problem don't have any parents, children, or other relatives with the same condition. So it can start, it can happen to any of us. It's just life's events. That's why we say, when things happen, find it normal to speak to somebody. Because it is healthy. And when you take things off your chest, other people say, once a problem is shared, it's half solved. Okay? So we need to be very, very careful because these things are real. Okay? But there are treatments. The beauty about mental health, unlike learning disabilities are a lifelong condition. It is characterized by social functioning, communication problems, etc. But mental health, you can recover from mental illness. There's treatment, but there's also talking therapies and whatever. Let us look very quickly. Next slide, please. There are various treatments. Okay, the commonest, and we are in a country where treatment is available. The two most common forms of treatment offered through the NHS are talking treatments and psychiatric medication. So let's go to the next one, please. Talking treatments. Exactly what we're talking about. And they will talk to you and provide regular time and space for you to talk about your thoughts and experiences and explore difficult feelings with a professional. They help people deal with a specific problem, cope with upsetting memories, improving relationships, developing more helpful ways of living. Do you know what counselors do? You really think they have got a magic wand? Counselors literally talk to you about your issues, and they help you find different ways of coping with various situations. They don't give tablets. So talking treatments are one of the biggest ones for mental health. But as men, we don't talk a lot because we are macho. When we meet, we only talk about Liverpool and football and this and that. But sometimes we need to talk about things heart to heart. Did I say Liverpool? Next slide. CBT, yes.
But you see when they talk about talking treatment, is that more on their asking? I've always wondered, if you're paying a counsellor, I'm paying him a lot of money compared to what someone like my brother.
Absolutely.
So is it that the way they're phrasing the question, is it the way that they don't get, how is it that they're able to get to the problem that me that don't have training?
Because sometimes it takes skill to talk through issues. For example, if I say to Peter here, you know, when I'm tired, I feel like going back home. Instinctively, what does Peter, if Peter is one of my best friends, instinctively, what does Peter want to do? What would he tell me?
Come back home.
If I tell Peter we're friends here, I say Peter I want to go home. Instinctively, Peter will tell me what? Thank you. Why? Why do you have to go? Do you see the difference? Because Peter is speaking with his skill and he's talking to a friend. Where do you have to go? And if I tell Peter, I'm tired, what are you tired of? We're talking about something completely different. But when you go to a professional, they do even psychometric assessments. There's different ways they approach things. When you speak to a counselor, they are going to be non-judgmental. They're not telling you about their own experience. They're exploring exactly what you're talking to them about. And there's a way they are going to phrase those things There are different things that are going to help you explore. And that's very different from a friend. Even though there are friends who are very, very gifted. So it's important. It's not just anybody. This is not the kind of thing we talk to a friend who we go to the pub with. It's going to be somebody with wisdom. Because it takes wisdom. That is why you see that the Christians can speak to the pastors. They speak to somebody who is a Christian, who is going to give them useful advice. You know, it is not this other fella who you tell, I've got problems with my wife, and there's this woman. What are you talking about? Are you a man or a mouse? Are you a man or a mouse? What are you talking about? She's complaining you came back late. Tomorrow come back at 3 o'clock. Hey, because I was speaking to one guy. I don't have to say it was my brother. But I was speaking to one guy on the other side. Okay? And I said to him, it's madam. So when you come back at 1, how do you walk in? How are you comfortable? You know what he told me? Tell it in my language. Say, I don't know when they say you. In other words, if you complain I came back at 1, there are people coming back tomorrow. So this is not a biggie. Do you understand? So if you are coming, you think I came back at 1. What about those ones I left there? They are those who will come back. He has a point. Except like that, I don't know how it will help. But that's a different one. It's a different one, but that's the difference. So there are folks you can talk to, and they tell you, forget that one. She will come around. But then there are people who tell you, you know what? How about if you sit down? How about if you do this? How about, how about? Because there are lots of things I wish I had all day, because there are different acronyms we could use. For example, somebody has got a problem. Before you know, they'll be making their own notes. They'll be pulling out, you're struggling with a decision. Sometimes you're struggling to work out exactly, you're tossing all over the place. Somebody could be just making notes and you say, okay, decide. You do your little acronym. You say describe the problem. Sometimes we struggle to actually describe what the problem is. They can help talk you through some of these things. Explore all possible alternatives. Okay? Choose the most workable. With a rational face, with a rational head. Because our thinking head sometimes is not the one we are using in various situations. And then initiate applicability. Quite often we talk about things and we don't get to start them. Then go ahead and do it. Okay? But then evaluate. There's lots of different ways they can talk you through things. So if it's not a professional, make sure it is somebody who has got a wise order. Somebody who is prayerful if you're a Christian. They could even pray with you because there are different, there are things you could hear from people. For example, my wife is, I call her prayer warrior. This woman can move mountains. There are things I would not want to talk to her about. Because that answer, I probably know this answer. She could say, just pray about it. If I am coming home and I am nicely shattered and I just want to talk. Don't just say just pray. Because yes, while it is true what you're saying, at this particular point, that is not the answer you need. The answer you need right now, just for us to talk through the day. Does that make sense? And I'm not saying people here have got issues. I'm only talking about those who did not come. So there are particular moments when you want to talk to particular people because of the kind of guidance they will give. Did I help? I tried hard to confuse you. Anybody else? The CBT. If you're referred for therapy through the NHS, you're likely going to be offered a type of talking treatment called cognitive behavior therapy. It's a relatively short-term treatment which aims to identify connections between your thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, and so to help you develop practical skills to manage any negative patterns that may be causing difficulty. It is also talk therapy, but it is more specific, exactly the way, as you see it there, really. Next one, medication. There's also medication. There are psychiatric treatments. And there are different drugs. I don't know if you had if you got the slide that had got some examples. Do you have them on the next one? What happened?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
For a lot of these solutions,
Mm.
it seems they don't take away the problem.
Mm.
They just help you manage the problem.
That is very important. You know why? If you tell me, for example, you've got issues with your wife, what solution can I bring between you and your wife? That solution lies within you.
Yeah.
It is just about what you need to do right now, how you're going to do it. It is still within your house. We can pray together and find comfort. That is why at the end, I got a few Bible verses that can help. You know, when you're a Christian, there are things that you. When you wake up in the morning, what is the first thing you say? Because I know some of us, our stretches, we got our problems, we do stretches in the house, but as you do that, surprisingly, it's become routine, for me at least. I may not move mountains, but as I do that, I'm talking to my God. You're thanking Him for a great night, because you realize He's the one who gave you a good night. And you're putting the day before Him. Do you understand? And there's something else you rely on. Now, my question is, those who don't have that, what is it for them? Do you understand? So that is why there's something that could be coming, that could be soon. So we could be talking about patience. And you remember that somebody, it is important to be patient. It is important to wait, because we will wait, and we will wait. When you've had a very bad boss or a colleague or whatever, it is important to forgive, but just don't have to answer them this way. You don't have to do it. Now, Christians, somehow, there's something that sits on you, but it gives you hope. And you know it's not forever. Does that make sense? So we may talk about those things. So the counselors could also tell you other things. Have you thought about this option? Have you thought about this? Do you want to pause about this? Do you want to do this? Okay, they can give you simple exercises. You can go home and one of the things, by the way, for men is clarity. A lot of things, they just get mumble jumbled. If I ask you, does anybody, you're trying to anybody trying to build a house back home? Anyone? Don't put up your hand. Okay. If you want to put up, but I know that there's more than one. It cannot only be pastor and me. But if somebody asks you, have you got a small piece of paper where you've written a plan of the things you want to do? You know something I did crazy, and I'm proud about it. When I had a dream of a house in my head. Do you know I drew the plan for my house myself? I still have that picture because I drew the plan myself. I sat down with the pen and the ruler, and I drew exactly what I wanted. My brother is an engineer. He said, then I said, this is what I want. You are no engineer, tell me to make this. Yeah. And I drew the thing myself with a pen and paper. I got the image. And I said, can this happen? And he said, this can happen, that one cannot happen here. He did the stairway very bad. He said a few things because of me. But because it was my plan. And I said, now put it in your technical language. Then they put it in the technical language. And they put those measurements, whatever, and it became one. And it got approved. But you draw a plan for yourself. Do you have a plan for whatever, a big mission? There are things that are going to be big. But do you, some people say, I think I'm getting a bit too much. I work with some people who say I'm crazy. But even when I'm going, because every Saturday I go to some place. And there's a place, every time I'm going there, I write down. I say, when I go there, I'm going to Arrow and do that. This is what I'm going to do there. Number one, I need to go to this place. Number two, I need to do this. Number three, I need to do this. Okay. That is what I do here. And then this place, I do that. Because it helps me, it gives me clarity. Because I hate shopping so much. Yeah, when you stand picture, we used to fight my missus. I can't go shopping. I put my hand up. We cannot go shopping today. Genuine. You know why? We used to fight. And I care for her. I love her a lot. But we used to fight. How can we go to the supermarket and we pick this loaf of bread and this jar of milk and we put them on the trolley and we push them? halfway through the supermarket, they want us to go back. And then we take this one out, we put it back. And the one we get, the date is exactly the same as this one. I can't cope with it. I can't. I will cry, I will die. And I love my Lord. So I can't just go in, pick it, get out. So when she was pregnant, every time she was pregnant, I was the one doing the shopping. I tell you now, I left. I went to Harrow to do my side hustle. Came back flying this guy, you don't understand. But if I tell you the number of things I did, a million, I came back flying it. She wasn't back. She left in the morning. This woman can go in the morning and she comes back at 5 or 6. Don't call them little, my friend. She does shopping. It's groceries shopping. Groceries shopping. Do you understand grocery? Oranges, the food, and these things. 1 week. And then when she goes to Westfield, now she could come back 9 p.m. I give her. I don't know. So things like that will stress me. So because I've read like this, I go in, 45 minutes, I'm out. I go to the aisle and I pick this milk, put it in there with God. I get this one, out. Now there are different things. I can't cope. There are lots of things. So, man, please get organized. If there's something you want to work on, get a piece of paper and write things down. Because you need to know it's a project. And create a work plan. Because when we struggle with these things, that we are dealing with many, many things at the same time, they become stressors. Before you know, you cannot sleep. They become stressors. And then do this at this time, at that time. And it's okay, you can be in the road, but these things work. Okay? And we've also got, we could talk about these things forever. Antidepressants. You know, these are mostly prescribed for people experiencing depression. Though you might be offered an antidepressant if you're experiencing anxiety, obsessive compulsive disorder, you know, OCD. People talk about these things, eating problems or depression, and the commonest ones are fluoxetine or Prozac, sertraline, mirtazapine, amitriptyline. You can find all of these medications in a BNF. You know BNF, have you? Yeah. BNF, British National Formulary, is a book where all of the medication in this country are written down. You know, it's 54 quid. Every medication you can talk about in this country is written in that book. So, but these are some of the components are much more for antidepressants. Okay? Next one, please. Yes.
You know, like the medication is something that does what you get off. So for me, I would go for the top side, because the top side is so wide, it helps you identify, because often we've got those questions when we even don't know what the challenge is.
Correct.
The example is very well, the wife or family. You might be saying, she's doing this, but you don't know why it's doing, but then through the talk, identify, the reason why my husband is doing this, then you become a better person to deal with that.
Absolutely.
Then you know the problem is solved.
Very, very important. Yes, Mr.
So they are quick to give them out rather than going into the core.
They are losing it. That's why those of us who are non-medical, we come to the fore. These are for people when it is the proper, because there's when your depression is now clinical. Because you could be depressed, all of us. You don't have a level of depression, but the talking therapies are best. Okay? The talking therapies are best. But there are people, and it's proper, they are broken down, kabisa, and they have started doing the craziest of things some people could do with antidepressants. Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to ask a question. how does one know when they're going from stress to depression? Because that boundary there, someone could feel like I'm stressed, but yet their behavior, mannerisms are showing they're in a state of minor depression.
And we will talk about diagnosis very briefly, how they get to that point. Because it is a very thin line. All of us need a degree of stress to operate. Did we know that?
Yeah.
Everybody. Victor, why did you come here on time? What worries you? Exactly. That is a degree of stress we all need. Why do you have to wake up in the morning and go to work? That is why even those who plan retirement, please don't switch off completely. That is a nice way to just wear away. You need a degree of stress, something to get you up, something to do, responsibility, accountability, etc. That is healthy. But then you get to a point where it is not healthy. Now, these people, you can get to a point and just walk across the road like this. Not sensitive about traffic and the things going on. And you're just sleeping. Somebody will find you and you're looking like this. But you're looking through them. And somebody looks at you like, I've had many. And he could come and look at you and say, oh.
Yes, sir, you're finished.
Oh, and things could start happening. And the one, my Lord, before you know, the man is like, he is seeing this demon. He is seeing this demon. Things could happen. So, that is why we talk. Please don't get there. Or if you know a friend, men, we are very good at saying, it is not me. This is for my friend. So, talk to those friends of yours. When you're seeing things and behaving, but there are some signs and symptoms that are very clear. Okay? There's sleeplessness, loss of appetite and weight. There are things that could worry you and they go on for a period of time. That is when they're diagnosing, they look at a combination of things. They look at this very quickly.
Quick question: what if it's a stress that, because I feel like for me personally, I'm someone that's very objective, so I would like to see when something starts, when something finishes.
Yes.
So if it's my work that's finished,
Yes.
I mean that's stressing me.
Yes.
And I know, okay, I'm going to apply for another job. But
Yes.
I know there's some sort of end date that
Absolutely.
as soon as I get this new job, this stress will end.
Absolutely.
If it's a stress, let's say, that's not going to end it. Then you don't know when it could be your child and it could be like that forever and ever.
That is the thing.
There's no point. You talk about talking to someone, but that doesn't
There you need what we call a coping mechanism.
But then it's life then just coping. It's not. You understand
What is the option? The option is just kill yourself or what?
No, but I'm saying
that is life.
What's the solution? I've seen this people but I need a solution.
Sometimes there isn't just one solution like this. Because that is the nature of life.
And sometimes there'll never be one.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. I'll give you another small example. Yes, Mr. Christmas. Thank you. Thank you. My client has finished Christmas shopping. This is September. He's finished. When we are traveling, Mrs. packed 2 months ago. And then 2 weeks to go, the suitcases come to the living room. Me. When I'm traveling 2 months time, how can I be worried today? How? It's so unfortunate. My son is taking after me. The boy was traveling, it was his birthday this week. The boy was traveling on Monday. But on Sunday night, he was doing the laundry. For the clothes he's taking. He was traveling Monday morning. I looked at him, I said, this is truly my son. How can you do laundry on Sunday night? Forget about PM. In the night, 11 o'clock. He's doing laundry and he's taking his clothes. 4 o'clock, he started packing. When he's leaving at 5, and this boy can give me another time. 4 o'clock, and he starts packing. I said, yeah, man, you should be calling the cab now. But we will take the trains. Sometimes you give up, but you understand. Yeah. So there there are things that will end, there are things that will not, but you need coping mechanisms. One time I wanted to know exactly what drives this boy. He can never get out when it is 15 minutes to. No, he leaves when there's just 1 minute to the bus, and he leaves running like a bullet. I said, I wanted to be on his side. We talked, I said, what is it? He said, it is the rush, the adrenaline. I said, get you to the bus. I said, get you to the bus. Everybody's, I am sweating. I am sweating, and everybody's wondering how I got on, and I'm sweating, and everybody's calm. And I said, then what? He said, then me in my head, I'm like, I made it. Then I started getting worried. Last night, I'm like, what if the machines don't work? What if the men don't come? Last night, if I told you I slept very well, I'd be lying. So it is not stress as a result, but we operate differently. We are so scared of failure. We're so scared of this, so scared of that, so scared of that. And we plan a lot of things in our head and, meticulous and this copy minutes. Man, you want to say something?
Yeah, it's linked to your point where you just mentioned it, like with your son. Yeah, there's sometimes external environments that impact our levels of stress.
Absolutely.
And one great example is you could have a best friend and they're going through something. You can notice they're going through something.
Yeah.
They don't see it as going through something. As you said, they're staring fed. At that moment, emotionally, they are not ready to receive whatever you have to say.
Correct.
But it's important for you not to not say anything.
Correct.
How does one tackle that challenge? If I see my friend is going through something, even when they even ask me, do you think I'm okay? And you know the right answer is you're not okay. But you can't say you're not okay because it's actually going to trigger them even more. How do you...
Even in counseling...
I want to ask that same question. I've got a friend actually currently going through that. But he's such a good man that if I even mention, are you okay? That's it. So I spoke to my other friends, how do you go about this? Because you have one chance with him. And if I get it wrong, I know you won. That's it, right? So we try to go through that one because now you see it's different. His face is changing, his demeanor is changing, he's getting everything. You can see something's not right. In my honest opinion is because I think he saw when we graduated, that confidence when everyone's now got a job, he's still working, he's not only even has a job, so he's seen himself as if he's failed, right? And you don't want to compare. And also there's that fear of if I'm speaking to him, I don't want him to think that I'm coming from a place of privilege.
You feel like jumping from the bus, you don't even want to drive your car.
So I thought, okay, let's do something that he enjoys doing. Let's watch Arsenal, right? Let's make sure we win, so he's in a good mood.
How do you make sure you win?
So I want to tell you, eventually won.
Okay.
But then to try and make the environment as chill, as comfortable as possible. Even still when I mentioned it, he brushed it off, and even ever since then, about like a month ago, I've tried to speak, the friendship's changed. So going off on Ben's question, it's almost as if it's like you realize something is wrong with someone. I don't even want to I don't want to make Jesus too heavy, but how do you deal with that? Because I would feel personally responsible if I find out next week he's going to have done something to himself. But then he's ignoring me.
A starting point, Victor. That is where counselors are different from a friend. Because the starting point is, they are not the saviors of the world. There's only one person who could save the world, was called Jesus. And I am not Jesus. I cannot rid you of your problems. That is so clear. You understand? So I cannot be responsible for your actions. Something else. Even the NHS and the government, they will deal with things when you're ready to open up. They will discharge you if you're not ready to speak with CBT and the talking therapies. Because the referral is meant to social science. You must be ready to speak to them. I sat once in a professional meeting, and because I am not a registered counselor in this country, so to them you're not a counselor. Fair enough. One counselor, who is a proper one in this country, said something I've been saying for a very long time, except nobody took notice. But he said it in a professional, it was large meeting, 20 professionals. Because this client, that counselor, this, and he said to this person, who was this client, who was forever trying to kill herself. And he said, one time you will succeed killing yourself. Because the rest of us, Every day we're trying to make sure and to prevent you from killing yourself. One day you will succeed. Because this is your absolute mission. And when you do, you will discover, if you get a chance to come back for one day, you will discover that the rest of us are still here. We are eating, we are drinking, and life is continuing. And even all of those people say they love you a lot. I promise you now, when they bury you, not anybody will come back after 2 weeks to check and see whether you are okay. They go when they go. If you came back, you'll be surprised. So if you just want to kill yourself for free, people are fighting and clinging on to life. So the point is, sometimes we hit rock bottom to wake up. Sometimes it does happen. But in counseling, we've got something we call confrontation. It's not fighting and if we're friends and you're going in a particular way, and I would say this to my son as well, my friend, and we've done everything. Remember, we are talking quick. Yeah. We're not in a session. So somebody would get to a point and say, listen, you have got to put your act together at some point. If you don't do ABC, for example, if you are forever traveling at night and you're moving out and you're on the streets and you're this or that, at some point they will beat you up. Because these are not the safest streets in the world. Are they? No. In my language, we have a proverb which says, Aita imisan pamgano. So if you're traveling during the day, there may be crimes you commit and people will say, that's not him. Because you're forever always in the light. Now, if you're always on the streets at night, something is bound to happen. Are you saying that is misfortune? Are you saying you're unlucky? Now, why do you wake up? Are you telling me you enjoy waking up very early and going to work every day and you hustle and you do the things you do? Are you telling me you enjoy that? There's a lot of sacrifice that you put in to come to church and to pray and to There's a lot of reasons why you are where you are. Because you put in a personal effort. You also speak to somebody and you pray to them and you believe they're going to help you and you talk to them, you pour your heart out and you pray and you believe and you pray and you believe and things do happen. But there's something else that comes with that. As you pray all of that, do you then at night go and do shakara someone? It means you are composed. You try to live a life. So what you do tries to compose your life and things fall in line. Now, if somebody is not making any effort towards that at all, at some point, all you can is to pray for them. If they don't want to hear it, what else are you going to say? No, you're not. You didn't cause them. You can't live their life. You cannot live their life.
It's like a doctor. When you're operating on someone, you're not guaranteed.
I've got a brother who left not so long ago. He went back. He knows how he will survive. You are working. You have decided to go. That's your personal decision. How can I stop you? Do you understand? Yeah. So but when that money gets finished, then you discover you had a job. But you must make arrangements to survive. Isn't it? Is it my job to make sure you find it or you work things out? Have you worked things out for me? So, I don't know the car you drive. Did you know the cost of that car before you got it? When you wake up and you discover, maybe I need to downsize. Sometimes you need to hit rock bottom. Then you strategize. Or do you think I cannot afford a Jaguar? Is it what I need right now? It is about, so we balance a lot of things. So at some point you must take individual responsibility. So people can talk you through all of that. You must want to change. Because if you don't, something is bound to happen. Does that make sense? Yeah, that makes sense. So don't feel guilty in any way. You haven't caused it. Feel guilty if you haven't tried. You try, but you cannot break into their heart. You cannot break into their life. You can't live their life for them. Does that make sense? Yeah. Listen, inside.
How let you in and be able to be there. But if that doesn't happen, how much even if you give them $1 million fine,
and people in my language, they are very wise. There's a proverb to everything. They've got a proverb which goes, or You know what that means? If you've got one gray hair in your nose, it is only you who can pull it out. It's painful, but only you can pull it out. Nobody can come and let me pull it out for you. So at some point you must step in it, do it yourself. That is what it is.
So,
Yes.
and just to add, you should not be apologetic of your achievement.
Mm-hmm.
If you have graduated, got a job, it's your hard work.
You spent nights reading and working hard.
And doing to get that. So you enjoy it. If he did not and chose to be what he is, that is a result of what he chose. So you can do what you can do. But graduated, but I think he didn't get a job as quickly as other people
or as
did.
good as what he was expecting.
Or as good as what he was expecting. So when you see your environment, everyone is now progressing from to the people are now
Doing okay.
You're in circles where they want you to come places, you can't afford to be in places, or the conversation's changing. He almost feels as if now he's being left behind.
Yeah. And it is
the
fault of everybody.
You understand? So it's like, oh, you guys didn't.
Yeah.
So
we haven't caused each other. You understand? Ben, you want to say something?
I was just going to say, just really on that point, because sometimes the hardest thing that we deal with as men is really an element of pride.
Yes.
You know, we are very sensitive as much as we think we're very logical. And there is a social norm, an expectation to get married at this age, expectation to have kids, expectation to provide this kind of lifestyle. And one of the key things that challenges us especially is we can't talk about certain things. You know, like you might have a friend like that, they're going through it, like I'm applying for jobs but I'm not getting it. But they don't know you've applied for 1,000 jobs, right? But they've applied for 100. They feel like you've got the job straight away, but you're not having those, as you said, conversations. Now, for women, it finds it very easy because, for example, my wife, when I met her, she used to go on dates with her girlfriends to just have tea and talk. As guys, very rarely do you say, I'm going to go meet my brother and just have a conversation about that. When I meet my biological brother, most times is, how you doing? You right? Yeah, I'm okay. Full stop. Done. But he could be going through something, I could be going through something, we die in silence.
It's so hard. It's so very, very hard. I'm now, yes, please.
How would you cope as family?
Schizophrenic, yes. It depends on how deep it is. I'll tell you a personal story. I've got a brother. Before he came here, everybody said he had mental health problems. But it was exactly similar to what Peter said. Because his little sister was doing well, the one who comes after him, she was driving the car, had jobs, and he feels like left behind. And the man was really going down. And I knew, and people started saying he's grown man. But these are life issues, extreme stress. Okay? And what I did, I said, I remember I was on the North Circular, and I was speaking to my mom, and they said they've taken him to hospital, he's now medication. Oh, it's okay now. Do you know what they do? And the reason I put up just some antidepressants and antipsychotics, because you may see a name of a medication. This is the medication was given, haloperidol. You see haloperidol down there? When I say to them, send me the medication they gave him, another name for haloperidol is Aldo. They sent the prescription and he had haloperidol. I was like, hey, these medications, many of them, they just zonk you down. They knock you out. You know, all of them, bromazine, risperidone, olanzapine, for hypomania and many. These things, they knock you out, they've got side effects. When they sent it, I said, my brother is gone. They are going to put it, because you become dependent on it. They are addictive. And they've got, yes, it's so very difficult to get off them once you're on it. That's why it's important we speak. And we deal with some things before we get to a very bad, critical, clinical stage. And when they sent it, I said, no, something has got to be done. The whole family used to have meetings and talking about it. I said, thank God we did something, and then I said, give him to me, send him to me. You know what I did? He did not take one tablet with me. I just called him a joke. And me, I give tough love. He lived with me for only 3 months. I found a little house, and I said, that one is your house. I gave him a towel, I said, this one is your towel. We grew up in the same home. Some of us used to cook it. I said, these things you see, they are called chicken. When you put water in them and put salt, you boil them. When you eat it and it is nice, wonderful. If it is not so nice, next day, you can add these things, it's called tomato. This one is also called oil. That is how we learned cooking. And I started living life and started working. He did not take one more tablet. And it was purely okay. You know why? There were life's issues. He just needed a job. Now the man has built a historic building. And he's got buildings and he moves around and he's like, yes, standing in society. I will end up with something. Let's finish this one very quickly. I will show you something, especially about that subject, about what we have done. So, for in answer to that person, so there's before we get there, you do something. And I say it is a personal mission. Every single day I spoke to him. Every single day of my life. Because he knows the exact time I set off. He knows how long I'm on the road, and we spoke every day. Until when he left this. And even when he left, we still talk every day. Because we are talking, we're taking things off, and you're getting clarity. And because I've done whatever he has done before, I can tell him, that is very expensive, you do this. And he's done a lot of things, sort of in my image. But we thank God that he stayed in on track. So, talking to them. There's another class one I did back home in Africa. There was a cousin brother. The man was just disappointed. He used to be in the army. You know when you're in the army, it's regimented back home. You wake up, they ring the bell, you wake up. Has anybody been to Changwans? Those military training institutions. Me, I went there, not for 1 or 2 weeks, 3 months. Proper military barracks. So, they ring the bell, you eat. They ring the bell, you go to the toilet. They're regimented. And he was in the army for some time. All of a sudden, you wake up and they say you're now retired. They give you a little bit of money to go home. How do you cope with life? When you wake up in the morning, what do you do? Yeah. Those who are talking about living, when you wake up in the morning, what are you going to do? You understand? And there was no program, no nothing. So, we just made sure. One of those guys, that cousin, broke down. The story is very long, and they dumped him with Africa. When I said, where have they taken him? I said, this is my, in my language, it's my brother proper. Forget about cousin. This is an English word. My brother said, no. I went there, I said, I'm taking you. And I bought a mobile phone. Don't forget about proper brick. I said, that is your phone. We started calling. And I called him. He goes, hello! He just wanted to connect with the world again. And I said, we started in a meeting. I said, we are taking turns. You go and visit him this week. You go and visit him next week. By the time we come around to you starting again, it's after 2 or 3 months. He just needed connection. So talk to those people. Don't make them feel like they are far away. Make them feel included. And I'm hoping that God gives you the words to say. A lot of people pray for a lot of money. Some others pray for wisdom. Me, if you notice some of the things I pray for, I'm so scared of not having an answer when I talk to somebody. Those are some of the things I pray for that could give me wisdom. You understand? So talk to them. Include them. But if you think they have come to a clinical point, don't be scared of referring them for medication. Because first and foremost, if they are violent and they have developed physically aggressive behavior, they need calming down. So they need some of these medications too. And that is why some of them are given sleeping pills and minor tranquilizers. So they may need to, I don't know the level that they are. Okay? But talking to them, and if there's anything you can do, don't make it your job, not your responsibility, to make sure they are well completed. But you can only help. But not the point where you stop, so that it doesn't start stressing you, because it can very soon become your problem. Does that make sense? Yeah. So, but there's a lot of other things. Very quickly, let's go on. More stabilizers, let's go on. There's those examples. Many people find those drugs helpful, as they can lessen your symptoms and allow you to cope and work at home. However, drugs can sometimes have unpleasant side effects and make you feel worse than before. They can also be difficult to withdraw from. Let's go to the next one. How are they diagnosed? We are getting to that. You see that it is about your experiences, and they group certain feelings, behaviors, and physical symptoms, which may suggest a different diagnosis. So they may say, if you've got this and this and this and that, it may mean this. That is why that diagnosis does not take place once. It's over a period of time. But they're talking about the patterns of behaviors. So that is where we can find a diagnosis. Okay? How long you've been experiencing these things, and also the impact it's having on your life. If it's a little bit of stress and you have sleeplessness, and we don't want you not sleeping because my team was beaten away. When there's a weekend and I've got my team is playing another big team, and I've got Formula One, and I'm stressed, and I'm like, God, when does somebody have peace? And my team loses, and then my team in Formula One loses, and then you know why you're not sleeping. That is not mental illness. But if you dwell on that over a long period of time, you can very easily slide into those depressive episodes. Next one, there's a few Bible verses over there. Okay? There's no fear in love. Okay? 1 John 4:18. No fear in love, but perfect love drives out fear, because fear has to do with punishment. The one who fears is not made perfect in love. What about the Galatians? That verse 22. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy. Now, when you're a Christian and you remember these things, they make you feel a bit calm and settled. And they mean something. We don't read those things as a novel. They actually mean something. I'll be surprised if there's a Christian these days who doesn't have a Bible on their phone. Sometimes when people are on their break at work, some people look at a bit of porn. But some people look at 1 or 2 little scriptures. Or they read something that is useful. These things compose and they formulate who we are. And before you know, you find yourself calm. And the things that can knock others may not knock you so bad. Next one, please. Yes, there's a number of them. But there's that little slide. That other second slide. If you can bring that up. No, that one. There's it's a complete.
Oh, yes.
The other one. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And it answers a lot of. Can you find it?
Yeah.
Please. That is one of the main reasons why a lot of people have got lots of problems, like we say. Don't worry, folks. We're winding up. I'm winding up. I'm going to shut my mouth, and then people can ask whatever you can move on something else. You know, it's a very wide subject. I try to condense things as much as I possibly could. Hey, one day we shall find this thing. Has it disappeared? Yeah. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It looks like this. It looks like that. Okay? Down below, at the bottom there, we've got what we call physiological needs. Those are breathing, food, shelter, etc. And nobody in this room is at that level. You're not wondering what you're going to wear next. You're not worried about what you're going to eat. You can choose whatever you want. But the people who support, of course, yes. Thank you. That is a good problem to have. But then the next level up there is safety and security needs. And those ones, health, employment, property, family, and social standing, and the rest of it. Now, things like that worry people a lot. You get to a particular point and you're like, by now I should be having this. And then this hasn't happened. And then the sleep goes. And then this and then that. I'm not saying here we've got any men where things are not working with their wives at night. These are real issues, my friend. The energy that you had, you don't have anymore. I know some people, and I'm not saying they're in this room, they can even come home and they start kicking a few things so that she doesn't touch them at night. So that it goes around. You understand? So that you can survive. Does that make sense? But how many men talk about these things? They are real. And then you start seeing attitude in this house. And then you start slamming them. You know where the problem is coming from. Am I lying? These are real issues. But how often do men talk about these things? Rarely. These are in things, and they are killers. How many men normally talk about they borrowed some money? Okay, have you ever borrowed money from any woman in this room?
Oh,
and yet there are plenty of friends who are females who have borrowed money and they
yeah.
But how did they mature in us?
Yeah.
I'd rather that. Or how many men, when you're back there in Africa, when you're driving and you lost, you stop to pass. You end up driving the whole day before you pass. No, I'll work it out. I'll be okay. Thank you. It is, those safety needs, personal security, health, well-being, stable environment, those things they eat men up. Look at the next one: love and belonging, social and family, friendships, community, romantic relationship, group membership, affection. What is the standing? It is not about the kind of car. They want to find out what kind of car they are driving. These things eat us all up. Look at the next one: esteem, recognition, competence, and respect. Self-respect, respect from others. This is when they are like, they want to describe a particular car. They want to describe a particular house and those things. Very few actually get to self-actualization. But it does not mean self-actualization that you got everything you need in life. At what point are you content?
Yeah.
At what point do you say enough is enough? I don't want us to talk about the little behaviors of God. Me, I've got an obsession. I've got an obsession with you. I don't know. One time I got so ashamed. I shipped some of you and sent them home. You just go to work. You haven't worried. But because the shop is there, every time you're like, it's like there's a shoe looking at you. You say, take. And you want to go in there and take it. There's different things. You can even buy it and leave it in the boot for 2 weeks. Because, you understand? There are lots of little things. And I'm not saying anybody in this place has got into this. But every single man I know out there, not here, has got something that affects their brain now. And we are struggling with these things. And a lot of the things Victor was talking about, Ben was talking about, it is on Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And people are wondering where they are on that hierarchy of needs. The only reason we exist is to fulfill our needs. And the very minute you get to a particular point and you feel like you're out of a man, you've got a problem. But it is important we antics these things, we talk these things through. And we find confident, and we speak, and we speak, and we speak, and we do gatherings. I'm sorry I took forever. We were going to start 15, 20 minutes ago. But I just could not avoid talking about this thing. Anybody has got something very burning and experience, they want to share something that you feel like we cannot live. And yes.
And from going about men, from actually from where you started from showing us the clouds and everything, how most of us like men are so much that we are not willing to open up. So the question is, it's not even about culture that is only attached to one tribe or country. It's all men around the world. The big question is, what causes us to behave like that? Are we born like that? That when we are facing things, all the things that we talk about, that we cannot be able to open up to talk, to express us. I mean, just like all what we've been talking about, why is it like that? Why are we like that?
A lot of things. Good question. Very, very good question. A lot of things have got something to do with stereotype. Because we are brought up, and I'll give you a very classical one. Classical example. Before I came to this country, like I said, I used to be a counselor. I used to go to communities, schools, and doing different sessions. One time I went to a school and we wanted to talk to children. Of course, we used to get invited to get there. And the headmaster said, we can only talk to the boys. No, we can only talk to the girls. And he said, we will not talk to the boys. I said, why? Oh, the boys don't need this talk because we are talking about those things and whatever. I said, do you know in our society, especially where I come from, even in these societies, there's an expectation on men. The society expects us to know things, and yet nobody taught us those things. We grow up knowing we are men. We are supposed to be brave. So when you get offended, you're not supposed to cry. Men don't cry. Who said? When you got pain, my friend, cry it off. Talking to somebody to open up, we think it's a sign of weakness. It isn't. So a lot of it has got to do with stereotype. But it's also society. There's an expectation because of society. And we expect good husbands, wonderful men. But nobody brought up those wonderful men. Our girls grow up from the word go. There's now what they call it circuit back home. Has anybody heard of it? Circuit? These are gatherings, conferences, or retreats for young girls to teach them how to, from the word go, they're preparing themselves how to be a good wife. That is why my son once, my missus said, everybody in this house is going to, which was telling them, the girls and the boy. You know what the boy said? I will not cook. Life. He said, I've never seen daddy cook when you were around. But he doesn't know where it came from. This woman was brought up from the word go, ready to cook for her husband. And she does it with pride. Are you telling me these days the girls here can do that? They know right from the word go, they are made to. You understand? There's a way society brings us up. But there's something else that the men also do. So there's a lot of societal expectation. There's stereotype. And then that is why for us we are trying to be different. We are trying to talk to one another. And that is why you can find somebody. You can confide in somebody. It doesn't have to be in this church. It can be somebody else you trust. If you're married, it will be very nice to talk to people who are married or those who are in relationships. Because quite often, those who are not at all will give you advice. They don't have the experience of what it is they're talking about. You'll find confidence in people who are Christian or those who are pastors. Some people don't even want to talk to their pastors about their problems. Fair enough. But find somebody else you can talk to. So we are trying to be different. That's why we want to break the curse. So that we can talk. So that we can open up. Because if we don't, we've got a problem. But the causes, just like you and me, society, stereotype, and the others, etc.
I just wanted to just follow up to what you just said. So as fathers now, going to be some of us here who are fathers, and we're raising men, young men. So some of us have been raised by traditional fathers who are hereditary, they don't show you to show that emotion. You kind of deal with things as you deal with things. And you want to raise young men. But the biggest worry they have, especially the young fathers now, is with this generation of identity crisis in children, is making it too soft for your children, that they're too in touch with their emotions, that they go to the extreme, you know, if you know what I mean. Or not enough, that they're also hard and they just carry on the journey of my father beat me, I beat my children, they beat their children, we get over that.
And then the children beat their children's children.
Yeah. So that fine balance is, for a person like me, is something I find it's very hard to predict how to get right. Because you don't want to give your children too much leeway that they take the piss, excuse my language, or you don't want to also overshadow them and then they go to Nottingham and do the craziest
do their thing free.
Yes.
To the visa organizer, me, I finished a long time ago. I'm just answering the question. Me, I finished a long time ago, so I'm not late at all. Me, I finished a long time ago. Now, the pastors got very good answers for something like that. They say, spare the rod. But there's very good advice in our Bible. How we bring up children in the Christian way. Me, there are sometimes going to be sometimes I do it. I very much love it when my missus indoctrinated the children. You know, indoctrination. It's supposed to be a negative term, but it is positive in a way. When you see this gentleman here, I always tell him I'm so jealous about his daughters, about his family. He's got wonderful children. And when you bring children up in church and serving, and you look at them and praising them, very good indoctrination. You understand? Because this is what they have grown up knowing and seeing. So bring them up in the best way you can, the Christian way. And then we keep praying to God that they comply. Some of them may choose not to. And there's nothing you can do about it except to pray for them, but keep saying the right things. But find those moments when you see you have sown the seed. It's very important. When you sow the seed, and regardless of however much shakara they may do, they turn back and say, oh God. They know that word God. They know there's somewhere to fall back to. And me, we sit down sometimes, and I know I give tough love, but sometimes I get to this point, and I say, I will not do it. Can I give you one of those classical ones that I do in my house? You just go to the bathroom and somebody is knocking. You need to use the bathroom. And I said to them, you yourself. Just be yourself. What do you want me to do? I can't even have a nice shower and enjoy it. And I'm telling you, you're saying you yourself. You're going to have to learn to hold it and wait. So I'm teaching you patience. You understand? I'm teaching you patience. You call me deep in the night and you say, can you send me this money? Do you know what I do at night? My phone is off. Try calling me after 11. It's off. They know it. They will call the money. It is off. Because you don't know the things I'm dealing with. Now, am I going to stay awake at night? These kids in this car, they go out all night. They do things. Off. Airplane mode. A time comes you're going to have to live your life, my friend. You're going to live it. You want to be a man? Show us. Because I did not depend on my father all the way. He sowed the seed.
But our father, fine. But that's how fucking but we know better now. Because we're living in a generation of social media and color what things of generations and cultures and all that. So we can learn from each other and be intentional on what we want to do and even what as a father wants to do. By learning from each other, you know what this is wrong, this is right. As Brother Ben was saying before, it's not how you do boys and girls, but you've got to be intentional about it. And how why you do it by taking them or by them seeing it. So those are some of the things you've got to be intentional in this kind of.
But you won't go wrong when you sow the seed in the right way.
I want to add what I was saying in terms of the reason. I think going back to your question, you said why I'm maybe where we are as well. And I think your answer was good in terms of like your upbringing and all these sort of things that are around us that of society that contributes to us. But I think as well, a lot. I want to see how Angus was my brother. Now you see what your brother's keeper. And I think a lot of the time, honestly, let's say all of us were sitting there. Let's say you said, okay, men, I want to take us all out for a retreat. It's going to cost everyone maybe £500. Send it to my account by next week. So everyone's sending, but one person couldn't send that. Everybody, right now it's a bit. Does that person feel comfortable to say? Some of my friends will lie. Yeah. Oh, I'm busy, I've got to go to you can't have the money. That's the answer. But there's that thing of they're going back, fellow men. We keep talking about society, or we are society. We will talk about our wives or our siblings or women, but even us as men, we can start with us. And looking at it in terms of, I want my friend to say, Joe, I can't come because right now, I just don't have the money. The transparency. But it's okay. It's okay. But we know now that person's taking part. Now, if they think that I haven't got money, maybe they won't invite me next time. What I'm going to be perceived as like, how does he look after his children? I mean, these sort of sniggering comments. So I think it's that. So as a result, to answer your question directly, it's a defense mechanism. Now we have to put on this shield in terms of, that's why you think, I don't think we're trained to be the sort of, you have to win every single thing. But because I don't want to be perceived as broke, I don't want to be perceived as weak, I don't want to be perceived as unknowledgeable, I can't be with the guys. So straight away you put on this facade or this trick that, okay, now I've got to be this person. Or now
We've got to start somewhere.
Yes,
that is why.
When
we say that even if what we did here, we touch the life of just one person, then it's worth doing. So we've got to start somewhere. Yeah. We want to be different. And we want to encourage others. That is, I guess, the whole reason why we're here, isn't it? I thank you, my friends. I cannot speak anymore.
Wow, that was really, really, really. Even we don't mind about the time, don't worry, because that was really, really. Can we give him a round of applause for one more time? It was a very, very deep and in-depth topic. What we're going to do now, because we know we're really over time, we're supposed to eat and have a breakfast eating when the next speaker speaks. What we're going to do, we're going to combine that together if that's okay. So in the room over there, and it's going to be a self-service, there's food there, there's tables, there's plates, there's forks, cutlery. What we're going to ask, if you make your way through that room, get whatever food it is that you need to get. We'll come back here. As you can start eating, we'll bring the next person to speak. So it's like, we can eat whilst we're talking, if that's okay. So we'll give us about 5-10 minutes. You can make your way there, and then from there we'll continue. By 6:30 we'll be out of here at the latest.
It's only the first page.
Okay, Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for the food, Lord, that we're about to eat. Bless the hands that have prepared it. May you nourish our bodies, Lord, and we thank you, Heavenly Father, Lord, for the gift you've given us, Heavenly Father. We give you the praise and glory in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. So you can start making your way, and then once you
hold it on the first page,
yeah.
tell you like go forward a bit, and you do it, just hold it, because most of the time it's going to directly without changing. Okay, just give me like a signal. Yeah, I'll do that. So, no, that's fine. I'll be something here. Yeah. Because I know you're discussing.
How you doing? Sorry, my hands are up there.
Oh, Jai, you get that minute.
And there's takeaway containers there. Yeah. Oh, sure.
What you saying, man? Brother, juggling, family, them. It's just too much, bro. It's too much. Come on. It's fine, it's fine. It's the first one of many. Turn the bass down a bit. Yeah, that's good.
I think we need this more than anything else. We need the mental thing is there. I get this so much. We are so much affected.
Yeah, you're talking about Gareth still. One of these things might take a face though. Yeah, get the tenor, get the tenor. That's Mac. No, he's there's a church, yeah, that the pastor picked all 30 of his men to go, but they had issues to get in. It's that church, it's in East London, but it's not pretty far away, I think they're all going together. So when they said they couldn't make it, but yeah. But the only good thing is, it means there's more food to be packed. But food and drink. The woman can, the woman don't need it, bro.
That's the first weekend. It's the first weekend. How was it? It's not training. Yeah.
That was so good. That was people that nice.
Whatever it is. That's always how it is. The first week or 2 months of training. Oh, training, you got to be there all the time. Oh, the video.
Okay, I know we're enjoying our food. There's still plenty of food, so don't be shy. We're going to get the second person to speak, but before they come on, Pastor Mike sent us this video, which I don't know what it is, but I guess it's something to help us. And then once it's finished, we'll bring on the next person to speak on the next topic. Alright, Peter, can you help us with that?
Nobody gives you money. When you become a man, you have to earn everything by yourself. The world doesn't give you anything. When you become an adult, your grandfather probably won't be here. You'll be in heaven. I'm going to get older. At some point, I won't be in your life. Your mother sure as hell is not coming to save you, and you already know that. You have to learn how to be independent and responsible for yourself. I understand it's a hard lesson to learn, being 14 to turning 15 years old. But if I don't teach you these things as your father, the world ain't going to teach it to you either. It's going to eat you alive. You understand me? I love you with all of my heart, but the only thing that makes a man is being disciplined and responsible. Which, have you ever seen anybody walk in my house and help me? I've always done everything by myself. I raised you by myself. I took care of you by myself. I fed you by myself. I clothed you by myself. I cook. I clean. I work. I did it all by myself. You ever seen anybody come to my house and say, "Hey, Alfred, do you need something?" No, right? Same is gonna happen with you. You have to learn how to be fully independent on your own abilities. Because if you get consumed by the world and continue getting distracted by stupidity and friends who are not gonna be friends when you need them. Because you can reach out to any of them and say, "Hey, I'm hungry. Hey, I need this." You know why they're gonna pay attention to you. These are the things that matter, London. We need to start focusing on things that matter. Please. I'm not being harsh on you. I'm showing you the utmost love. Because the thing that I would hate the most, knowing that I die tomorrow, and my son doesn't have the tools that he needs to survive in life. We live in a completely different world where people don't give a shit about nobody. Nobody cares about anyone. And I need to get you ready and prepared. And the only reason why I'm like this is because I love you. Don't think I'm being hard on you because I'm being mean. I'm not being mean to you. I love you with all my heart. I've sacrificed my life to be here and be a father for you. But I need you to be start doing the things you need to do, please. And I will help you along the way. Anything that you need, I always told you, come and speak to me. I'm your father. I love you. Nobody's going to love you more than me or God. God is the only one that loves you more than I do. If you need something, open up to me and speak. We can talk about it. Your passions, I can help you with it. But let's stay focused together as a team as long as I'm here so I can help you, please. You understand? As men, we need to learn how to be strong. And there's nothing, as you can see, there's nothing wrong with being emotional. That's a part of being a human being, not a man or a woman. As a human being, you can be emotional. But a man learns how to control his emotions. When he needs to let them go, there's a time and place for it.
Any opinions?
it's really good as a father teaching his child, which most of us never got a chance. Father talking to you like that. But at the same time, as Brother Penny was saying, the independence part, I think, is what is killing us most. That you're a man, you need to do that. Because, yes, I'm a man, but I need somebody else to stand with me. And as we said before, iron sharpens iron. That's the bit that is killing us as men, mainly in the mental health kind of department. That to learn in life that I'm a man, I'm on my own, I'm going to succeed, I cannot fail. The other bits I like, the discipline, the hard work, the focus, the emotion, that was really good. But the independent bit that no one is there for you, I think that can kill you. That's my opinion.
But I think he's basing it off his experiences of his own life. That's why I'm saying to him that, you know, I'm doing this because I love you. That nobody's gonna be, because maybe that's what he's experienced, you know, where maybe even his mom, aunties, all that kind of thing were not there.
In other words, he's transferring his biases
To yeah.
Yeah, but you shouldn't let your own bias affect how you. I feel like you should let your child see the world for what they want to see, not because of the lens that.
But I think there's some healthy biases, like just on your point about like transferring biases. When you come into this, like coming from Africa to here, and your parents tell you it's going to be more challenging, you need to be more educated. That's not in a way in a negative term. It's preparing you for the challenge that is ahead of you. Compared to someone saying to you, "Oh, you're going to go to London, you're going to find money, it's going to be easier," and then you come here on the first day it's hard. The first thing you think about is running back home, so it's easier. So I think sometimes there's a balance, like a healthy balance of preparing your children for the task at hand. One thing that just on that topic that happened to me when I was studying, my mom had a friend who was studying accounting, and she shared with her friend that my son is studying accounting, and the woman said, "What? You should tell him to stop that course. I studied, I qualified, I got a first class. I've been 5 years in this country, I've not even got one job as an accountant, not even as an assistant." So my mom could have easily come and told me, "Hey, you need to run it, you need to stop, change." But she said, "You know what, I'm gonna leave it, let him persevere, he'll try." And unfortunately I got a job and things like that. So sometimes those biases and those scares, you need to know as a father or a parent what to transfer to let them be aware and be prepared and what to hold back.
And again, the most important thing to me, as a father, as a man, is ready to talk to his child.
Yes.
Yeah.
And show him the better path. That's important. Show it to the child. Give them an expectation of what lies ahead in life so that they are aware. As most of us never got a chance. Never even able to speak to your father at home.
Not even receiving a hug from you.
No.
Me, I first got a hug from my father when I graduated.
Wow.
I didn't know what to do with it. I was scared. Then the first time he said I love you, I was in England here. And when the man said it was on the phone, you know those people, they made a I said, he has said he loves me. I did not go to work, I cancelled.
Because you were some other leader knows that there's something wrong.
No, this is unusual. I cancelled. And I went to the cinema. This was something I said, I said, "Eh? My father, he loves me." The first time he hugged me on my graduation, you know, you're scared. You know, and then you hug small.
But most of us as men, I don't care what generation we're in, we grew up like that.
Yeah.
The affirmation from your father, just take one that there's even nobody there.
But now because we said it,
Yeah. So there is again, just as you said, the absent father, physically is not there, but there's a father who is there, but he's absent.
Yeah.
Not there. I remember one time I was the World Cup, I think of 19 82, I think it was, whichever was held in Italy.
It's 90.
Italia 19.
Wait.
80. No. How about the one before was held when? Way back now. Yes. Mexico 86. How about the one before? 82. 82 was in Italy.
92 was Italy.
1986, then
82.
82 was in Italy.
No, 82 was in Spain. 90 was in Italy.
82, I think, and in Uganda there used to be a magazine of football was called Soccer World. Now, that particular one was showing because football, everybody was coming up with and there was a cartoon of a child looking at his father watching football and said, even my father looks like this. For the first time, he saw his father coming back to watch football because fathers used to come back at the middle of the night and put somebody in. So for him, the football brought that image of the father after to see his father. So it's important as men that football is even our children.
And that's just on that. I think just the act of him having that conversation provides the child the reassurance that there's someone to talk to.
Yeah.
You know.
But also the fact that he was ready to tell him the things he doesn't want to hear. Quite often it's a challenge especially in this country. Fathers who don't want to say things because they don't want to fall out with their children. I've said it many times. My principal job is not to be your friend. It's to be your parent. Because just before I came, I know the girl wanted to do some stuff with the child. When once the graduate and lawyer or whatever, I know that she opened and said, yes. I said, yes, what? Yes, what? I'm not a shopkeeper. You're not talking to a shopkeeper. At that point, when I go, so that you understand our relationship, I am your friend, yes, when everything is going well. The minute it isn't, I am your father.
Also to add on to what the father said, I think is because if your parent doesn't do it, well, the world is because you come into this world thinking, this is what
That's what to expect.
Yeah, I think at the end it's so vulnerable to times that how many times do you see a child seeing his parent breaking down to the point of right? Because sometimes how can I show emotions to my child because their father cannot do it? He showed his that side of him to the point that he was right, the tears to the point he had to have it. I think if there's a connection that the child at that point says, oh my god, this is really serious. For my dad to be able to even show his tears, that might be stay with him forever. So let's be honest with you. I'm sorry.
According to very much let's say about dad or parents, the classical one, parents, how do we relate it to we parents right now? Is it positive or negative? The classical compared to the one we are right now. Right now, the classical parents who used to really like create a gap between the children and
You'd rather fear me than love me.
and we right now who are
Living
who are living here, who are living the modern way, like we do make things of like be friends with them, be open to them, at least we see them all the time, like how do we
I think we have to strike a balance. Because I don't want to blame so much our fathers. They did what they did in those generations. I think it worked. But parenthood evolves quite gradually. I feel more comfortable that I can raise my children, knowing exactly what they're going to do, and raise them the way that I think is right, guided by the principle of passion having right. I think for me, this is a better one, but you've got to strike a balance. Not to be so much of a friend to them and the father who doesn't discipline, because regardless of what generation it is, our one major role is to discipline our children, show them right. And by that sometimes comes disciplining them, not necessarily, but punishing. And even punishing, we are supposed to punish them, but not in the corporal way. Because you know that scripture that we normally quote.
Spare the
road and spoil the town. The road that the Bible speaks about is not necessarily steep, but the guiding road. The road of Moses was not necessarily used to feed the children of Israel all the time. It's a road of authority, road of discipline, road of showing you the way. So sometimes the punishments, yes, punish them, but rationally, not like every single time, but always punish them to show them, do not punish them because you're angry.
Yes, that's the key thing there.
And even punishing yourself, not that not like beating. You know, for me it's like, if you remember back in the days in school, I don't know about it, but anytime I become that beating never stopping from doing it. So I know this is what I want to do, and I will receive 5 or 10.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it comes.
For me, I would say parenting, one, we need to maintain boundaries, in the sense that, as Benny said, I'm your friend, I'm your dad, but a friend. So time for interacting as friends, we share. But then the time where I need to step up as a dad, I will not shy away because I fear. Then when it comes to punishment, if you say every time you do something, I'm going to hit you, I'm going to do this and this, have that sense of, to be not predicted. That if I do this, that is going to be bad. Yeah? Sometimes I think there's this need that if someone can do something this bad, easily talk about it and then he does, if I did this and he got benefit, what about this? And he does this, and you go hard on him. So he doesn't know where you're coming from. For me, you can manage.
I understand the scripture because they're manipulating.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Uncle John says something.
There's one thing we need to also remember that our parents went through. These days, there's nearly everything. You go to the internet, they will advise you about anything.
Yes, correct.
Our parents used to talk to us from experience, to prepare us for whatever might come. Though we used to think that these people are mad, but now when you grow up, you realize they're right. The Swahili, there's a saying that says, "Akatai kusikia la mkuu, meaning, who doesn't listen to the old man will break the leg. So basically, if you don't listen to your parents, the thing is, also the times have changed. Because, as you say, your dad will come and tell you, I love you. Where will you get that? See, things have evolved. But at the same time, when you look at how we came out, it's different. Because whereby you are content with the little you have. But now a child comes to you and says, I need a nice shoe worth 100 pounds. Where that 100 pounds will come from, he doesn't care. That is the same reason you see kids going into gangs. Because there was a documentary I saw, how these people start. You know what they start with? Chicken. This chicken shops, you know these chicken shops. They start buying chicken for them. And they entice, you know, human nature. You come, you think somebody cares about you. So the next thing he does, he says, oh, could you do me a favor? Take this thing to that place. I'll give you 20 pounds. The next thing it will be, okay, 50 pounds. You see, they're enticing them. And then they say, if you don't do this, if you don't take this one to this place, your parents are going to die. And intimidation. So the world has changed and has evolved. And you know the thing is, we also have to evolve with time. You also need to know, because for example, there is no manual in this world about how you can raise your child. Or marry. Nobody. No money.
And last thing you wanted to mention?
Yeah, I think it's basically that. It's something to do with the relationship between pushing and hugging. So the majority of the time it is where the push parents, or if we try to bring in a lot of force, then we would end up losing it in a way because they've got the outside And thankfully, some people brought the kids in private schools. But the thing is, when kids go in state schools, it's an entirely different ballgame altogether. They go there, they meet students who go single parents, their teachers, they know nothing about marriage, they know nothing about relationships. And they tell them, if you ever get a kid, come and tell me, then it's illegal in this country. You know, African parents, we know what happens there. So we just need to be having this kind of relationships. Please take into our kids. Then we have to also ask the authorities to intervene and really help us to know how to answer to what the kids bring in, because they get a lot of information from our side that we didn't know.
I'm being bold to say what they may not want, and it's the right thing, so that they know where you're coming from.
But remember one thing that is also, as a parent, you have your child, practically the input that you have between the time they are born and the year. It will seem a long time, but it's a short time, and the most impactful years are 1 to 5 years. So we have to be proactive as parents, and the 18 years, my friend, run without being active. So if you haven't done, and sometimes some of us are late, we love them so much when they're young, up to their age 9, and then at age 10 you start telling them what to do. Yeah, but you've got to start high, and that's engagement. That's
No, so I think parenting and fatherhood is a topic. It's a big topic that we've got to. We'll do it. Okay, so we kind of went a little bit of a tangent, but it shows that probably we need more of these to go into more discussions. But I hope we're all enjoying ourselves so far. So next we're going to be going on to another topic, which is our finances in all different ways. So if we can please encourage and give a round of applause to Ben, Jeremy, and Sean, as he comes and leads us.
I just want to make this more interactive in a way, but there's a few things we're going to talk about today about finances, and then there's going to be really time at the end more for us to have this conversation back and forth, really understand. So I was speaking to Peter yesterday, speaking about what kind of things should we cover, because finances is very, very broad, but I tried to narrow them down to something that will probably apply to everyone in this room. And just to give some key information, but then also to kind of incite your thinking, to start thinking ahead. So I'm going to ask you a few questions, firstly, and I'll just ask you to lift your hand if you think that's the right answer, and then I'll tell you the right answer, just to give you some ideas of what is happening currently within the UK. So the first question I have is, what percentage of income do you think most financial advisors say men should be putting away in terms of savings and investment? So the first answer is 5%. Anyone think 5% seems right? Second answer is 10 to 15%. And then third answer is 20 to 25%. Yeah. And then the last answer is 30% plus. Yeah. So I think most people said 20 to 25%. The actual answer is about 10 to 15%. It can seem very big. When you have responsibilities, rent, and things to pay, 10 to 15% can seem significant. Similar, especially when a pastor is encouraging you to be charitable, to not just the church, but to causes to help other people. 10% can seem a lot, but if you build that habit from early, it becomes easier. A lot of habits start from early, and as we'll get on, we'll start seeing some of these things start from as a child, and us reversing a lot of the things that we've been taught. So our parents knew better according to what they knew, but there's things that now, us having exposure to information, that we know better in terms of, and we are in a very different climate to what they were. The second question I really have is, what would you classify a risky investment? So if someone gives you £100 and they say, I want you to tell me what is the most risky? Investing in stocks, investing in bonds, cryptocurrency, hedge funds. Anyone know?
Crypto.
Crypto. Yeah? And most people say crypto because it's high risk, high reward, right? Another question I'll ask you is, at what age do most men in the UK reach the state pension age?
67.
67. Actually, it's 66. You know, so it's 60, 65, 66, 68. And that number keeps on increasing as the years go on, you know, the new schemes. The next question I've got for you is, which type of debt would you consider good debt? So someone comes to you and says, I want to get some debt, you know. The first option is a high interest credit card. The second option is payback loans. Third interest is student loans. And fourth option is casino gambling. You know, self-explanatory. And the last question I'll have for you is, the last question I have for you is this. What are men mostly anxious about when it comes to finance? So this one doesn't have an A, B, C. It just has, what do you think most men worry about when they do a statistical poll when it comes to finances? What do you think they worry about? Any answers? Any guesses? Lack of investment.
Being broke.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Not being able to provide.
The two biggest things that they came back with was men fear lacking to be able to provide for themselves and for their families. And the second one was for their retirement. Most men are not adequately prepared for their retirement by the time. That's why you find a big population of men are still working beyond the pension. So, what I plan to cover really in this conversation is financial planning, debt recovery, and poor credit, a little bit of career and investment advice, inheritance planning. Yeah. So, financial planning, one of the best ways I like to illustrate this was, one day I was playing chess with my uncle Tito, and he said, you know, 0 to 30 are your years of learning, 30 to 50 are your years of earning, and 50 plus you're really planning for retirement and giving back to the community. I break it down more like from the age of 16 to 30, I would call that young. You know, young in your financial journey. When you get to 30 to 40, you're kind of getting to that middle stage, to be a bit more stability. When you get into 40 to 50, you're kind of consolidating. This is the time when you're earning the most money in your life for most people. And then when you get to 50 to 60, we need to think about pre-retirement. But a lot of this should have started earlier on. Here we're kind of starting to transition our minds and our bodies to start thinking, tomorrow, am I going to my office? And the day after that, what does that mean for me? And retirement doesn't mean you sit at home and watch TV all day. Retirement can look very different for everyone, and it has to be specific to you. Yeah? And then obviously when you get to 60 to 80, it's retirement, but 80 plus is really legacy. It's about your grandchildren, it's about your children, it's about how you can impact your community. You know? So the most important thing I want you to know from this is the earlier, the better. It is, you can take more risks when you're younger than you can take when you're older. Most people here who are married and have kids know that tomorrow you cannot go to your work and say, I'm stressed, I'm not going to go to work anymore because of stress. It's responsibility. So when you're young, during that stage of 16 to 18, two key things you need to know. That's the time to take risks. If you are unsure about a career, that's the time for you to maybe switch careers. If you're unsure about an investment or want to try something, you can dabble a bit within reason. But most importantly, is for you to understand finance as a basic. When I say finance, what comes into your bank account, what goes out of your bank account. If you don't know what is coming into your bank account, what's going out of your bank account, you already set yourself up for failure. And very easily, as the money comes and grows with your salaries and with age, the expenditures will grow as well if you're not monitoring them. So one exercise we always encourage in finance is take an audit. Spend 2 months just tracking all the things that come into your account and all the things that come out. Classify them into 3 things. What are your needs, what are your wants, and then your savings and investments. If you find that a lot of the time you are spending more money than you are earning, it is not too late to recover. Because now you know where you are. You know I have a problem. Yeah? And the solution should not be, let me go get more debt, let me go get a new credit card to solve that problem. It's how can we stop it? Sometimes stopping the bleeding can look, well, maybe I'm uneducated. So because I'm uneducated, I can't apply for my manager's role. So it could just be having a conversation with your manager and say, what courses can I do that you're willing to pay for or support me? And you'd be surprised that a lot of organizations that people work for have different schemes to help you get educated, to be able to be more equipped for you to go for a higher paying role. I also want you to know is you shouldn't do something just because it's your passion. That's what seems to be failing a lot of our children nowadays is, I have a passion for art, so I have a passion for sociology. Unless you're going to be exceptional in that field, you should do something that you're good at, and that has a financial impact to where you want to go. Your financial impact will fund the things that you have passion for. If I'm passionate about art, but I'm really good at law, then become a lawyer, and the law will fund my side hobby, and then that can grow. As that grows, then I can step back. So don't start something and then say, you know what, well, I'm gonna start this one, I'm gonna start this one, I'm gonna start this one. It needs to be a slow level of consistency, and most things take time. As they say, most businesses die within 3 to 5 years, but if those businesses that persevere beyond the 10-year mark, you find that that's where they become very profitable. Amazon became profitable after over 10 years of it being in debt in terms of the bottom line, in terms of profit and profitability. Sorry?
Tesla.
Even Tesla. And you'll find that for a lot of big organizations, but if someone who's going to persevere. So same thing with your finances, as I said, it's never too late. Whether you are 30, whether you are 60, whether you are 50, it's never too late. You see Colonel Sanders of KFC started, KFC at a very late age and became very prosperous. One thing I want you to also think about as husbands and fathers in this room is some of this hereditary speaking when it comes to finances impacts our children. And even impacts the relationship we have with money. I don't know about most people in this room, but I never sat around the table on a Sunday and my dad telling me, you know what, we need to think about finances, we need to start thinking, you're soon going to go to university, in 5-6 years time, and I want you to really know, I'm giving you £10 every week to do some chores, clean, whatever. Put some of that money away in savings, £12. The only conversation I got close to that was, you need to tithe. So I took that as precedence. The only thing I knew in finance is, as my salary increases, start the 10% early, and that's fine. But I didn't talk, we said, you need to have investment sometime, but you never emphasized that you only emphasize, you need to tithe. So I carried the tithe with me. But imagine if my father had said, like a lot of the wealthy individuals we see today, from early, save, invest, and start small. Small has a big impact. I'll give you a statistic. I'll give you facts, not even a statistic. I'm going to scroll a little bit ahead, but I'll just give you some numbers, so that you just know how much it is of an impact. If a father decided to put £1,000 now, today, into the stock market, and he did nothing for his child for the rest of the year. By the time the child is 65, that's £270,000 from the father just doing one investment of £1,000. Now, if he went on and he did, even better, he's like, I want to be a really proactive father and I want to think about my kids' future. And he put £1,000 the day they were born, and every month it was only £100. In 5 years, that will be £9,000. In 10 years, £21,000. In 25 years, £114,000. And if you extrapolated that forward all the way to 65 years, you're talking about in the millions. So it shows how small impacts of small steps can really impact your financial future. So if I just said, instead of £1,000 I put for my child £10,000, by the time they're 65, that would be not £270,000, that would be £2.7 million. Just from planning it, So going back to some of these things, when we talk about hereditary, as African fathers here, we need to make it very important for us to start making normal time conversations about money with our kids, not in a scary way. Not in a thing of, I can't afford this. This child always talks about these trainers. Doesn't he have two? Now, that there creates a sense of anxiety when it comes to children, when it comes to finances. Because now they see money as a problem in the household. And what most people do when there's a problem, they avoid it.
But if you talk about things in a way of a solution, yeah, your child comes to you, I need new trainers. Okay, you need new trainers. Which trainers are you thinking about? One is Air Force, they're £100. Okay, well, this month we've got our commitments. The next month we'll put it on our list of budgets. I want you to understand we're going to start saving for those trainers. The child starts to see money as a we have to plan, rather than I have to run away because I can't even ask my father for that. Yeah. And those problems where we talked about the chicken and chips, boys being instigated because of £1, £2 chicken and chips to be joining gangs because the father said, when the child can't even come to the father and say, can I have £2 for lunch? They're afraid. Hey, don't you not have bills? Can't you see I'm putting electricity? Is there food in the fridge? Without understanding the norms that are happening nowadays, if we don't adapt, our children will end up being in poverty. And the good scenario is this. If you look at most people who grow up in a council house, it is very statistically likely that they will stay in a council house when they get older.
Yeah.
There is less incentive for you to aspire for greater if your father or mother has already put a limitation in your growth. If your father says, for me, I've only ever earned £20,000 in this UK, that is 100 million in Uganda. So, I don't know, and then you come and you say, Dad, I saw a car, and the car is £7,000. £7,000! Hey, £2,000 is the max you should be planning for. Instead of, son, £7,000, how do you plan to pay for it? Okay. It's a very different conversation. And the tone that we choose to have with our children, subconsciously, it's not just the words you say, it's the tone. That will either create anxiety, stress, towards something which is very simple. I've just showed you £1,000, £100 every month. Even if you're earning thousands of pounds and you just put aside £1,000, £100, in 25 years, you'll thank me. If you speak to Victor, I always tell him like this. Two things. If you don't do anything else with your finances, as you earn all your money, you spend most of it, spend it on living and all that. 10%, look at charitable. How can I help my family? How can I help my church? How can I help my community? 10% you say, I'm just going to save and invest that. And you said, I'm going to live, eat that 80%. And you did that for 60 years, you'll still be happy at the end of those 60 years. But it's a small step that most people are not willing to have because we have, as built within us, anxiety around finances and how we deal with it. So, some steps that you can have with your children to help them on this financial journey. First thing, the right career makes a big difference. Remember what I said. It is not about what you are passionate about. Notice in your children, and this requires men in this place to be very observant. Women are very good at being observant, but especially men who are raising other men, you need to be very observant of your sons. If you see your son has a passion in something, let's say it's music, don't be like, music doesn't fit. We better quickly go there. If you see that he has a skill there, if you notice the people who are well to do in this community, they look at ways in which even a passion like that can be monetized. My child has got a talent of playing drums. What could we do? Maybe there's a YouTube business, or maybe I need to consult someone who has started a business around music. What can my son do with the skill set they've got? And utilizing that skill set. There it changes your perspective as a father. For us, we don't do sociology. We don't do therapy. The therapist getting paid money.
That's what you're saying is so important because I can see it from my GT about 10 years ago. But the more I can say it categorically, the more a parent tells you don't do something, the more I'm going to do it. If you tell me stop singing, don't go to drama school, I'm going to be the most dedicated person to drama school. It's the truth. Because you've made it seem so it's almost as if now it's a sad reality because now you made me seem as if I've got to prove myself. You're my father, you're my mother, right? So you should, if anything, if you actually let me go and find out what that career looks like, I fall down, I make those mistakes, and I realize I'll come back to you in a year. You know what? That I realized it wasn't as good as how it was, right? But because we're so focused on English, science, obviously those are something that we should encourage and advise, right? Because generally it's probably making money. But I think there should also be music. Like for example, GCSEs. I would probably say to
someone, okay, do you know what? For your A levels, I said, okay, meet me halfway as a parent. I would say, you have to pick 4 subjects, 3 subjects, 4, yeah? Okay, you pick maybe, I don't just call it rubbish, call it creative, humanities. When you, even the words you use, like, your dancing, your drama, it makes it, gonna make you feel as if, like, because your child wants to see that you're proud of what they're doing, or you see value in what they're doing. So let's do halfway. You do 2 subjects maybe that are more, theory based, or yeah, exactly, and then you do 2 that are more humanities. That way, at least as a child, I'm thinking, okay, my father cares that he still wants me to do well in subjects that I know are more linear, but he's also giving me that opportunity to express myself. You'll realize that actually they'll come back to essentially what it is that I'm supposed to do, rather than just going off and then, that was my little sorry. You have a comedian.
So it's really allowing your children to make mistakes. And I know it leads to a lot of anxiety for parents who want to get it right first time. But sometimes the best way we can allow our children to make mistakes is with a lot of times as parents we don't realize that we're creating psychological parameters. And those parameters can be a good thing where you tell your child you can do anything you aspire to do and you can be great at it. And you help them build the disciplines to be great at whatever they do. And that comes down to what we were talking about the about services. We briefly talked about it. But as when we're talking to our children and we're talking about careers, it's your job to, as a parent, to observe what skill sets does your child display into different careers. If you don't know, or you don't know exactly what skill set your child has, speak to your wives who are more observant. What is my child good at? What are they good? Get them into situations where there's career progression and take them to areas or experiences that are above the level of your life. If I earn £20,000, I should not be afraid to go for house viewings with my child for property that costs £500,000. I should not be afraid to go to a car dealership that has a Rolls Royce. Why? It allows your child's brain to expand to see what is possible. Just because it was a limitation, maybe some of us have come to this country and because of our struggles and challenges, we've only been limited to maybe earning a certain amount or getting certain jobs. Doesn't mean the children that you're raising in this house have to be limited to the same expectation. So it's practical things like that. It will be impressive to your child if on Saturdays, once a month, you're driving with them through these places of Orpington and tell them, say, look at that beautiful house. You know, soon in the future you'll be owning something like that. When your kids, I can imagine coming to see my grandkids there. You're speaking life into them without realizing it. And you're giving them an exposure to aspire for greater. The other thing is talking to your children in terms of accountability partners. Small steps you can do with your children as they grow up is helping be accountability partners for your children, as also for yourself as men. Having an accountability partner. We talked about men speaking about situation. There's accountability partners in terms of mental health, but there's also in financial. Some things you can't discuss with your wives. You might feel a bit uncomfortable. Maybe you have a gambling addiction, or you're dealing with your financial position to provide for the family, you're really struggling. But sometimes speaking to someone could be the relief for the answer that you need. They might have access to a certain job, the opportunity that you will know, but without speaking to someone, you end up doing it for yourself, and it becomes a big problem. So you want your children to know that it's okay to speak about finances, to aspire for greater, and to be accountable to something. If your child says, Dad, I want to save for these shoes, you say, I'm going to hold your hands on it. Me, I'll be giving you whatever £5 to contribute towards it. My dad said to me when I bought my first car, my dad and mom said to me, whatever you raise half, we'll do half. So whatever you're able to raise, just know that double of that is what we'll afford for your car. So if it's only £200, your car will be 400. If it's £2,000, the car will be 4,000. So it also gives them a call to say, another thing, help them to monitor their incomes and outgoings. Sometimes your children might not give them an allowance, fine, yeah? But there's small steps that you can do as a parent or as a husband to be able to show them to understand what is coming in, what is going out. If they don't receive an income, sit with them, explain them to our finances to understand what happens in the household. Because eventually they're going to be raising these children, they're your grandchildren, and they're going to be having a household to look after. Me, my dad I always knew my dad was paying rent and things like that. Till I go into a house of my own. He said, oh, it's not just rent. And I'm like, hey. So I think rent is the biggest expenditure. £1,000, maybe. But there's another £1,000 of bills that no one told you about. But if your children already knew that, when they are planning for their house, their mortgage, they already say, oh, the rent is £1,000. I can't remember, it's £2,000 for afford. The rent is £3,000, I can't afford £4,000. And they start to have that comfortability to know that, you know what, when they come to you and say, Dad, as you said, that father who is contactable, Dad, you know what, I've realized I can't afford the house that I wanted. Hey, what can we do? Well, I either increase my income or do that. Okay, let's increase my income. Fine. But what can we do now? Let's support something that we can do. You help them and support them in that process. I think that you want to also do, the fourth point I have really about helping young men and young women is dealing with the two things that I said earlier that are killers of financial success. One, pride. Speaking about your finances also is a vulnerable act for you as a parent. It's not comfortable for you to tell your child, you know, maybe I'm earning 1,100 or 500 pounds. But that vulnerability shows your child that you being vulnerable will make it easier for them when they really need your help to be vulnerable to you. Another thing is coveting. You're driving with your child, you're driving your your Nissan Micra, and you're seeing someone in the Range Rover. Those guys, they always steal our money, we pay taxes, and look at where they're driving. This one is unfair. Setting an expectation for them. They start looking at wealth as a bad thing. The Bible says that He wants us to do so that we can be blessings to His kingdom. So, your attitude when you're there towards coveting, towards idolizing, instead of fueling the sense of, you know what, or entitlement. I deserve this job. I can't believe that person got that job over me. I've been working 5 years. He just came in 6 months ago and he's already got a promotion. Why me? Those attitudes there, your children see, they adopt it. Now they feel entitled. I have to. It should be mine. If it isn't mine, how dare they? I need to sabotage it. Attitude changes. The attitude we demonstrate to our children, and we also have demonstrated towards our finances, will dictate where we're going to be in 5 years. You know? Another thing is showing off. Men love to show off. I've got my new little polo Arsenal t-shirt.
Every season, new kit.
But you haven't figured out that you're going into debt to buy that with your You've just seen John pulling up with his Mercedes, and you were there driving your box, and you're like, he said I could afford this for £300 a month. Forget it. You have different aspirations. It's very important for you to know what you want compared to what your neighbor wants. One saying my dad always said is, if you are focused too much on looking at your neighbor's plate of food, you'll either get cold or drink. So be very mindful, even with your kids, display in terms of your finances. If the attitude you have is always coveting or looking at what other people have, those rich people in this neighborhood, how can they afford to pay for a house like this? It's 20,000 a month. Hey, that's a waste of money. That's too much money. Footballers earning 300 a month. Earning millions. You know? Nothing is a limitation. So your attitude towards it will dictate what your children grow up with to see what is acceptable or not. The second killer is procrastination. A lot of times we say we will start today. I will start saving when I get out of this debt. I will start saving when I get my wife. I need to start saving for this wedding. I need to start saving for that house. We stick on that. I will. I'll start that business. Fine. Not small. Fine. Do it while you're doing the other job. If I'm a consultant, let me consult on the side. I've got my normal 9 to 5, let me consult. I'm a good baker. Let me bake one cake a week and try to sell it. Start. And as your children see that you're not procrastinating, they adopt the same. The more you procrastinate, expect your family to procrastinate. Expect their futures to procrastinate. As I said, if you had put £1,000 and did nothing else for your children, then they were born. By the time they go to retirement, and if they had it done for their retirement, that's £270,000 for them. And if you decided to go one step further and you put £100, that's 2 point something million they are receiving at the end of their retirement. Without them ever having to pay. So, plan. Have those conversations. Now, for the middle stages, which most of us I would say are we're developing in our careers or we're doing really well, plan for your family.
That's a good question. Because you want to go and leave the children side. I think that's one thing that topic here. I probably just all the fathers in the room. I'm very interested to understand what they're thinking because this was a lot of divide between me and my friends. As obviously now we're in our careers now, and now you don't even tell your parents what you're earning. That's what you're wrong. You don't even want to even tell them. How you kids? And you're saying thank you, but I can't give you. You understand? Because this is the fruit of what you sacrifice. And obviously we're thankful, yeah? But the fathers think, what should their take on? Because I know Nigerian culture, you give your whole first salary to your dad.
Their culture, you do that.
Nigerian
first salary, everything.
So I don't know the Bible. In Nigerian culture, your first paycheck, whether it's 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, all of it. It's a sign of saying thank you because I wouldn't have got this job if you didn't come here, you didn't school. But I already know what probably I'm going to. What's their opinion on it? Because you want to honor and help your parents. Where I am right now, my parents can still it's not as if like they're elderly age, yeah, exactly, yeah. So, but then my point is, what is the line? Because I've got some friends where they feel their parents now abuse it, as in like they're living vicariously through the success. And it's as if I birthed you, I'm Jew. Do you understand? It's almost as if it's like this is what I sowed, so I'm reaping. So yeah, I'm reaping. If you earn like 3,000 a month, give me at least £500. So I want to know what
parents look at it as an inheritance plan.
Yeah, exactly. As if you're talking about planning for your pension. The pension is the child. So it's true. It's part of what they're gonna get from what. So what's your take on what do you guys agree? I've got 3 answers. I want to know. I don't want to do that.
This is what I believe. I am not your responsibility.
Yeah.
You are my responsibility, but I'm not your responsibility. And that's a cycle we have to go to break, especially in our house. Because otherwise, it's carrying on. We are extending our burdens to them. But as far as I'm concerned, I am not your responsibility. As a son, as a daughter, I am my own responsibility. I don't know the opinion about it.
My personal opinion is it is individual perception. The parents, there are some parents who will come to you like you're just the cash cow. That because I did this and this and this and this is what I did for you. But other parents, they would be on a point of like going bankrupt, for example, but they wouldn't come to you and say that, oh, you have this and that. So it's a question of depends on the caliber of the parent and how they take how things how they're supposed to be. Because I wouldn't come to my child and say, have you got £100 and give it? I personally wouldn't. Because I would see it as like I need to be responsible for myself, I would say. But other parents, my God, they will remind you even the little food they give.
Me, I come from the school of thought as well. Similar to us. Because of background, I think a lot of times our backgrounds shape us, but we've got to something to step out of, so you can change something. I was lucky enough to speak to a group of men not so long ago, but I was telling them an experience, and I say, for example, the first 10 years of my life here, I was giving at home, and then funerals and this, wedding, etc. And it gets to a point when it's a big man. We've got to break that dependency syndrome. Now, similar to what Pastor said, those people who had something from their parents, they start here. If we are starting to run a race on a football field, they start here because their father said you've got a plot where you can start building a house. None of us who had nothing, we start here. Everything is from scratch. I would want my children to start there. That is what he's talking about. So that if there's a saving, kids can start somewhere. If I haven't got that, then at least I'm not going to be dependent on them. That is why my children have been telling them, I don't want you to scare me. Don't think, oh, I will want to give you. I don't need you to give me. Do not give me a thing you don't have. Okay? So that we can cut that dependency syndrome to give them a good start. Because some of us, the start was hard. We could not even start.
I don't know how it works. Now, how I'm coming, I'm supposed to be because they start me off. Even like in our house, my house, when my son is getting married, I'm supposed to give him the dowry. And even not of land for them to start off. But along the way, got twisted.
I'll tell you why it got twisted. It got twisted because of where we all come from. If you come from a family that has got, that will be the mindset. Your father will say, if you need to build, there's a small plot here. If you come from a place where there is nothing, he will tell you, you have got to work very hard. So it's survival for the fittest. The man said it very clearly. He said, the one thing I can give you is education. He gave us equal opportunity to go to school. And if you don't go to school, up to you. The opportunity is there. That is why he said to me, before I even came here, he said, don't worry about the things of the world. Those things will come to you. You go to school. Somebody else will be responsible one day for arranging your tickets and travel and whatever. And it did happen when people were taking us places to do, and they were hiring chartering little planes for us to go and work. This man said this thing. You understand? So that background. So we've got to cut somewhere and we make the fresh new stuff out of it. So that if they know they are not going to be their dependent. Because it's a cancer. It really is eating people up.
There are 3 points I want to bring here. The first one is where you say that you should start saving for the kids. You know, like if you put like £100 in bonds or something like that. Some cultures where you come from or come from Uganda. So like when a parents get a child, I mean like the child is born, uncles, aunties come, they come and say, I'll give you a car. I am a child. Then another one. Then a child gets like maybe 4. Then it's in that's farm. But the first when those cows grow, the first to give a birth. They don't give a bull, no, they give a cow. So the first one goes to the farm, not for the child. Then the second one, that's another for the child. What the follows goes to the farm. That comes to your point. Some families, they take, just imagine a 20-year-old boy, son, getting a month, £5,000. That's your first salary. You know, like 5,000, you can imagine, from 0 to 5,000. The first thing you're gonna think of is Mercedes Benz or something like that. What parents do, some, they say, you know what, half of that money that's coming out. That money, you think, that took it for himself because he educated this and this. No. The next, your dad will put, that person will put that money in your savings when you don't know. After maybe a year, you're giving that half of the money goes on your dad's money. Then you probably come, want to sign this paper. Okay. Some do. If they do it. Yeah. Some do. Most of parents do. I know one parent, the son got a job, said, Dad, I got a job, okay, no worries. Now bills, water was on me. This and this and this and this. The son said, Dad, I'm moving out next year. Because I can afford it. I can afford my posh house. It's not like I'm going to afford it. Dad said, it's still my son. Remember? I want that money. Yeah, you have to pay the bill. The son stayed. Okay, guess what? The money the parents this dad used to correct. He used to go to these boys. He was teaching him how to pay the bills. You can imagine when somebody from the uni going out to rent. He doesn't know how to pay water. Doesn't know how to use it. That's the way we can teach our children. Don't think you just go out from the university. You're gonna start a new life. Outside there's fire. You go after 1 year, you not get upgraded. You bought a car, you got a tickets on a car, everything is coming, every day is letters in your phone. You know what I mean? And guess what? You jump to one, and you want to do a mortgage. They ask you, you have to wait for 5 years. Why? Because you missed this, and your name is in the bad record. You see what? You've lost for one thing. So what parents do, they say, half of your money, then you cancel until you get good. That's my opinion.
Actually, yeah, that's where I was coming from. Yeah, my own example was one of my sisters who married 3 years ago. Yeah, something happened. She was believing like the mom was treating her badly, draining, taking money from her. But before she realized she had her own house, fully built, fully furnished, and everything. Then she was saying, "What?" So these things, people sometimes they may not tell you like they're doing this for you for a reason. They may not tell you the reasons, but they're trying to help you and shape you to become better citizens. Majority of the time, yeah, that would be that's behind the reasons.
It's true.
There are those who parents.
I heard there's a good one.
For me, especially I think now we are seeing those parents who grew up in Uganda, eating culture together, and they have their children here eating culture together. In Africa, most of African countries for Scotland, in the first place, children are not part of conversation. If you involve yourself in adulthood conversation in history, now you come here, children are part and parcel of conversation here. Now, I would like so much like the idea of the freedom of children that you take the money without the child's knowledge of what's why the money being taken and then you give them this product. How much value is this child going to put that? It's his money, but because he didn't know the process, he may not value it much. What about if I say, I talk you through? So I'm understanding this without explaining what he's saying. I'm not saying, oh, this money is so much. You see, you're getting 5,000. I used to get, I brought you up when I was getting 1,500. What? No. I said, okay, this what you're earning. What about you do? You talk him or us through the process. What we need, you don't need to spend that much. You teach that child values of money, how to spend. You don't need to spend more than this on this. Yeah? Are you 100% certain of getting results? No. If it does happen, you teach yourself that you're doing that. But if you just save it to, I think the Somalis are good at that. Whether they put it for the good use, but the Somali, they will tell you your bank card is given to mom for usual. Yeah? If you're a woman or a girl child, she's the one to give you the money to buy your parts. They don't talk around. If the day you say, no, mom, I'm not giving you my card, you're out of the house. You become so indisciplined. Yeah? So, in that regard, even if you buy me this house, my mind and the people who have gone here, you abuse me, you didn't give me the opportunity to express myself, maybe I've done that, yet in that sense, that money I had left it to
just as for something that's what I wanted to point out is, I see you talked about eating this, this and that, but these generations of today, how many will refuse to take their parents into their homes?
Refuse.
Yeah.
And then the map.
But most people, they would rather go to a holiday than look after the parents. You see how things, because it is a question of the mindset. For example, most people coming from Uganda, they will say, like your parent, your like your mother or grandmother, they will look after them until the time they go. But the problem now, these people, they don't know you've got the rights, you cannot. The next thing, they let's sell the house. Here, you're gone.
I just wanted to discuss with you.
I just wanted to identify just two things. One, if you want that son of yours to sell, for example, for a model, there are better financial attributes that can be used, like lifetime ISA, which gives interest and the government tops up. So it could be better for that to be used, but because we don't know them, so we cannot advise accordingly. Number two, I don't think that discussion can easily be comfortable to start when the child starts earning. When we do not have that discussion, that relationship was not there before. Otherwise, you're going. It's going to look strange now that the son is earning some money. Interesting. You're building that
It's too late.
So it has to be, from the start that we have that relationship. The child can come to you from the £1 thing we talked about, where the child can relate. Then, as the money progresses, he starts to earn. He's got that confidence that he can, talk to you about finances. And then you can have a discussion.
That's just an observation. I think we will need a topic with Mr. Oben. These things of children in two different places, of a different generation, and therefore culture. And there's so much that happens in between, and a lot of things have changed. And you can do all the right things as well, and they choose to do whatever they want to do. That's a big subject, and these are issues out there. You are looking at people who are just they're like, listen, just leave me alone with those children. Just forget it, because people have tried things, and it's a big work. Maybe we'll have to work. We'll have to do something. I think
I'll be brief.
Yes,
I'll be brief. Just
when you are with a child, you used to do this funny and what the parents do, they do the right thing. Because the child will see that. To talk to the boy to explain what is going on. So the parents started to money. As this boy as this boy. Now when things young, that's really hard. I know that. Exactly. Especially the point when you are born, during that time, we used to go to Christmas. We did only this. Now we want to sit down and talk about either the saving somewhere so that the future can benefit. Once this boy has trouble, I'm telling you, the guy was okay. The guy changed totally.
Trouble in the house.
He became a problem. I need my money. I'm telling you,
There is no money.
the guy was serious. He said, what is my money? I need my money. He was up to the villains. The parents were not told. So the guy said, let's give him. Let's give the business to them. Only them,
they transfer the money. And this was like 1,000. The boy, when he got the money, I'm telling you, he could not stop him. I'm telling you, the guy was excited, and what the mom did, he called the boy. It was a dad, the dad wanted to do it. And said, you know what? The mom was in this since the beginning. I've been saving money. I've been born, once born. But I asked you, because they wanted, as I think someone said that, some parents, they get money. They don't tell the child what's going on. They want to get some money so that they can investigate for him. The guy said, you know, he told him, you know, at least take like 4,000 pounds, give it to your mom. So that, because this is the mom that will tell you. The boy, my God, he said, my daddy, even a single, what is my money? I'm telling you, the guy started to buy jackets.
How much?
You see this guy on the street, like a cowboy.
The Canada Goose. Oh,
It's wasted. Now, second, how can you deal with such?
That's painful.
Going back to what Ed was saying, the nation has given talk of money so that these people when they get money, they're not shocked. As Victor was saying, that sometimes even as parents, we need to talk ourselves about the money because we be shocked, like if you say, my child is earning 5 grand a month. What? So money 1, 2? Yeah. I think that conversation about finance. It's an important
And just one.
I think I would love to our classification. They do it better. Child from outside, it's like the one in the corner shop from school is going easy.
Yes. Even the Asians.
When it comes to the numbers, since they go to college, it's really proper financial, like whatever they do in college, it's just an addition to what. So it's that food involved in from a young age.
Exactly. And I think a lot of the points that we talked about covers.
Me, what I wanted to say is, I know you said it, like, kids to listen when they say money is a different ball game altogether. However, what I think majority of the parents need, depends on your money. They need your time more than money, majority of the time. In the sense that I work in a hospital and I see there was just one gentleman. His story was sad. He had 4 different houses, all in the same cafe. He died in the hospital, but he said whenever he goes in the house, he feels like it's a lonely house, no kids, no nothing. And he was just asking if he could have anyone who would go and live with him, he would leave the house with him. So, at the end of the time, then you say, yeah, it is. But none of them even came to visit him. None of them. He spent 4 good months in hospital until he died. He didn't see nobody. So parents, majority of the time, they need you people to visit, to create some simple time. Go see them and everything. Forget this money business. Get a 10,000, get 15,000. They don't care. They love you to be happy, to be okay, but find time to run. That's all they need.
Also, is good to upbringing in the sense of if a person has been very absent as a father, maybe providing for the household, and they haven't made it an effort to explain why they're absent and what they're doing, that distance ends up being a resentment to the child. So even though they give the children the assets or the good life, they believe in giving the children a good life, the child is so disconnected that they will take the asset, but they will never be present again because they're like, you stole your presents from me. Now you want expect me to give you my presence. It doesn't work at all. So I'm just going to revert back to what we're talking because it needs to talk about a lot of the things we've talked about. So one of the key things about the middle stage, is to have a plan for what you want your family to be in future, right? And this includes your parents. So when you're making your plan, as for you as an individual in your middle stage, you've been earning a bit of money, you're getting stable, maybe you're getting your first property. Even with your children, have a plan for them. One of those plans that counters that issue of the money and the saving issue, invest in them. Take them on that journey. The thing my dad did with me is he said, in this house there's 2 rules. You're either studying or you're contributing towards the bills, right? Now, if you're studying, no, you don't have to pay anything. But the moment you start earning, from early we're already told, you have to put aside not a large amount, £200 a month, 150, depending on what you earn. If I have £1,000, you only ask for 10%, right? And he tells you that 10%, we're building this house. Every 2 years or 3 years, he takes you there and he says, this is what you built. Your money has gone towards it. This story, that's what you built. As much equity as I have in this is all for you. So it takes them on that journey so that they already know where the money is going. So if that £9,000 had happened, and all the time, as from 8 years old, they were going to visit or they were seeing pictures, one, it creates a sense of community as family who invest in them. The first example of investment comes from within the household. Very important. The same way as how the first example of love between a man and a woman comes from a parent. How the children observe how you react with other women, how you react with your spouse, that sets the tone of how they choose to react. If you slap your wife, don't be surprised if tomorrow your son is slapping your wife. My dad always says to me, I've never hit your mom, however angry I might be, I've never hit your mom. If I get angry and I can't handle being in that room, I walk out of the room. So how did I learn? If I'm angry with my wife, I walk out of the room. So even he had this combination, but even then I would say, okay, then you can't even do this. And he says, but don't think that's the example that you should say. Sometimes you have to change something in that confidence. But these are the things where having a conversation early as you grow older builds that relationship and counters those things. So if your child, by the time your child comes to you and he says, Dad, I've earned £5,000. I've been having conversations about money all along the way. So great son. It's a very different conversation to this. And if you've already been investing in that, I was already thinking, what you're doing is £500 a month. Why don't we have this 1,000? I think we can actually build 3 apartments. Yeah, what will the profit share be? So if we get £1,000 of rent from those apartments, 200 can be mine, 300 can be yours. What do you think? It's a different conversation because he's already seeing us as a trusted point rather than a person who's I've just seen you sign that contract and said 60,000. Jesus is Lord. Hey! Now, and if you have then like a minister can even be there on the stage and say, so emphasize, children must be your parents in all things. It's very important. So anyway, leading to my next point. So start planning. As Brother Richard said, even plan for your parents. Especially us generations here, where we're not in that generation of our children. We've said for your children, don't expect anything to have to take care of you. I'm planning for myself. But you still, for most of the people in this room, you still have to plan for your parents. Your parents might not be at that age, or they might be at that age, some might be here, some might not be here. But if you have those parents here, have it in your budget. £100 a month, £50 a month, I'll be putting aside. On my parents, even your wife's spouse, plan for your wife. Because plan for worst case scenario. The best thing that happens, if your wife's parents don't need that money, it goes into savings for your children. Yeah? A plan. Next thing you have your own measure of success. So many times, we think it's our measure of success that we're working towards, but it's actually what society says is the measure of success. A good example is what we've just seen about that gentleman who's died in the hospital alone. When he was probably raising those children, that was just, I want to give my children the best thing, and they lack nothing. But maybe he had to sacrifice being present. As a parent, you need to decide what is going to be important in your house. If family is going to be important, let your children see that. That means if I'm going to say family is important, Let there be a situation where 8 p.m. they already see me going through that door. If they don't see me going through that door, there's a good reason why not. If you don't set that expectation there, don't be surprised if in future your children don't see the value of you in your room or not. Sunday, after church, we eat together. Setting those plans there, not just into finances or into this, set your measure of success. If your children think everything is all about getting to their 5 digits, 7 digits, 8 digits of salary, that will be their measure of success. And when they don't do that, they'll feel unaccomplished. But if you say it's about family, it's about having a relationship with God, it's about having enough to be a blessing to other people, you are setting a foundation. You're sowing that seed. So set your a measure of success and start early. Speaking to your children's life. They're 3 years old, so you know what, you're going to be a blessing to this community. You're going to be a blessing. London, you will be the next prime minister. And you know what? Even if you're not the next prime minister, you're going to be great in whatever you do. Setting your measure of success. Next thing I want you to know is be comfortable talking about money. We talked about that briefly. Be comfortable, even when it's uncomfortable for you because you grew up in a different generation. Unlearn those bad habits. And that's going to be the hardest work that a lot of people in this room are going to have to do. Unlearn it. One of the great ways is to attend conferences or seminars about money. See how they talk about money to you. Listen to how they talk about it. How do they simplify it for you to understand? This goes in, this goes out. Okay, so I'm going to go to my 5-year-old and say, if I give you £2, how much do you have? 1, 2. Okay. If I take one away, how much do you have? I have 1 left. So if this is £2 you've got, and tomorrow you need to buy something for £1, how much will you have? 1 left. Okay. What should you do with that 1 left? I don't know. Maybe I'll buy something else. You take it away, because tomorrow you might want to buy something that's even more expensive. You start building small things and you explain it in a way that they can understand it. Another thing, financial basics. It's very important as a father to be very educated so that you can educate the children. Your child will look at you as the first point, as I said, of an example, but they also look at you as the first point of reference. Children, you'll be surprised how much they look at fathers and they expect the father to know everything.
Yeah.
You know, you come there, Dad, I'm thinking about buying this car. It's £5,000. It says about £300 a month, and I pay it for 4 years. Yeah, do you think I should buy it? You're fascinated. Oh, it comes up to £5,000. It's paying £12,000 over 4 years. Don't think that's a good investment? Why? Remember what we've been teaching you from earlier. If you're going to buy something with good credit, let it be for something useful or that's going to make you more money. Okay, so you're going to buy that car for £5,000, but you're going to pay £7,000 in interest. That wise, you're right. You can only say that if you know. If you know the basics of what interest is, taxes. Dad, I'm thinking about getting this job. It earns £200,000. But I don't know how much I will take you home. You know the tax system? You know what NI is, contribution is? Understand the basics. Just simple things of knowing what taxes are, what interest rates are, what debt management is. Just those 3 things. If you just learn the basics around those things, a lot of your children's questions will be around those 3 things. So if you can understand them, there's courses that you can sign up to, a workshop where it teaches you that. What does it mean if I start earning £100,000? Someone thinks they're better off earning £100,000 than £70,000. Might be a difference of £600. You're like, okay, but I'm going to be doing 80 hours more. So divide your hours. The amount of hours you're doing for what you're earning. Aren't you better off staying where you are?
Yeah.
Those things cannot be said unless you know and you can tell your children. So get it important. And then start small. Show your children small steps carry weight. Reward them for those small efforts. See your child is saving. They've saved their £1 for 10 weeks in a row. Give them £5 to contribute towards it. Incentives. Children work on incentives, you know. So that's like just my advice. I'm mindful of time, so I'm gonna zoom. Is there any questions on that before I go to the next stage? Good. Can I continue? Yep. Okay. Now, stability. You've done all those nice things with your children. Now you think about yourself. I want to focus more about you now. Yeah. You might be earning, or you don't want to be earning. You want to earn more. Weigh it out. Good example. Brother Ben gave an example. You aspire for this dream job, you don't know where it comes with. Speak to the teams. You're applying for a job, I need the team. Oh yeah, I'm having some person does 8 hours a week. The current job we didn't pay yet. Maybe the pay difference is £5,000. Maybe you could use that extra time to do something different. consult. Look at what is valuable to you, weigh it out, yeah, in that stability. And it's never too late to switch careers. If you really feel like this career is limiting, you've built your ceiling, you might say, I'm 40, who want that? As long as you aspire to be the best that you can be, you can even switch. And even it will show resilient. I don't mean switch tomorrow, quit your job and then don't have a source of income to provide for your family. No, you plan ahead. Maybe you build a savings for 6 months. And you say, I'm going to take this 6 month risk. And I start doing this new career. But I have my 6 month leeway to make sure all the bills are covered. You speak to your wife about it. You come into agreement. You're one now. Yeah? You might set expectations because the children are already comfortable with conversations around money. You say, you know what, things are going to be tight a little bit now. We're switching into a new drive. We're going to be moving to a new place. Understand that where I would have provided new trainers every month, I can only provide every 3 months. The children will already understand because they're already comfortable with those conversations. Next thing, focus on what's important. Family first, most importantly. And then have a strong network of friends and mentors. Accountability partners, we talked about that. And then lastly, have an idea of investments. You are now in your 40s, you're earning a lot of money, you can feel like, you know what, retirement is a long way away. You've got 20 years to go. 20 years goes quick. Especially when you have children, you realize how quick time flies. So you should have started planning for your retirement at 16, 18 with those small steps. But now if you waited till 40, you have to make bigger strides. So where you would have saved £100 a month, maybe you're saving 300 to be able to hit the same goal. So the earlier you start, the easier it is. It's the same thing with life insurance. If someone gets life insurance at 18 or 19, you might be paying £7 a month, £10 a month. They are 30, it's £16 a month. They are 40, they're like £100 a month. Some things like that are you need to start thinking ahead of time. Now, I'm going to talk quickly about 2 things. Debt recovery, and I'm going to talk about 3 things, sorry. Debt recovery, investments, and then inheritance. I hope that's okay with everyone. I'll try to go through them as quick as possible by explaining it to a way. So, let's say I'm a person, I'm 40, and I've realized I have £30,000 in debt. My income is only £40,000 or whatever. And I'm in a very tricky position because now I have a family, I have responsibilities, and I'm living paycheck to paycheck. What can I do? If I lose this job, anxiety is at its topmost. First thing, audit your accounts. Look at your last 2 months of expenditure. What is coming in, what is going out. Understand that. Understand what is the good debt, what is the bad debt. If I'm going to take out a loan to pay off other loans, in terms of, they call that debt reconciliation, don't do that if you still have a problem of spending. You're just fueling the problem. And you're getting yourself into a bigger hole. Only do debt reconciliation, meaning getting a bigger loan to pay off 5 smaller loans, if it's a cheaper interest rate, and also if you've stopped the bleeding. Stop the bleeding meaning the outgoings are exceeding your incomes. Yeah? So really think about that. Understand what good debt is through the financial literacy, student loans, investment in your business. Most importantly, the best investment you're ever going to make is an investment in yourself. You will measure. This is an investment in yourself. You sitting around this table, listening. It's an investment in yourself in how you want your family to stand up, how you want your finances to be. This is an investment in yourself. So the more of these you do, the more you are equipped to be able to do the next step that you need to do for yourself. Understand bad debt. Your child comes to you, I want to get a car and finance. It's not bad necessarily to get a car and finance if it's low interest rates and they could use the difference to do other investments. But tell them not to take a loan out for a holiday. You know, simple. It seems simple, but don't get a credit card with high interest rate because they're offering it to them. You know, oh yeah, it's gonna build my credit score. If they've got a bleeding problem, you should know. Remember, you're talking to your children. My son, every time he walks past that JD shop, he buys trainers. Credit card in his pocket is gonna burn a hole in his pocket. He's gonna want to spend it. Speak to them. I know you like spending. You're gonna have a credit card. You and me. He said, Somalians, they like to do those things. So those are things that can help your children and also help yourself. If you have a spending problem, leave your card at home. Carry only what you need. You've got £20, go with your £20. My cap is £20 today. Know how to deal with your problems. Yeah? Don't run away from them. Another thing is understanding what credit score means. So your credit score in simple terms is how it allows the banks to assess if they can lend you money. This is going to affect you if you have a mortgage. It's going to also affect you if you want to get debt in the future, even if it's an investment back home. You might want to withdraw 20,000, might want to borrow £20,000 to buy land and build back home in Uganda. Understand, good credit score means lower interest rates. Lower interest rates means you're paying less for you to be able to do the same thing. So understand it. Things that you need to be mindful about your credit score is this. Don't use your credit utilization over 50%. If you have a credit card, if they give you a limit of £1,000, don't exceed £500. Try to keep below that. Below it, pay it back as soon as you can, but keep it below it because it affects your overall credit score. Any CCJs or marks, if you borrow money and you don't pay it back, it affects your credit score. Another thing, closing any bank accounts. No, I don't use that bank account, it's just been there. I rarely use it, maybe I should close it. Just leave it there. If you can't control yourself, close it. It's better than leading to more problems. But if you can, leave it there. Don't close it. Unsecured loans. You see these, back in the day they were payday loans and things like that. Not good for your credit score. If you can avoid unsecured loans, try to avoid them. Hard credit searches. If you see someone you're applying for a loan and they say, we are going to do a hard credit search on your name, are you okay with it? You consider that you really need that money. It's gonna impact your credit score. Yeah? And then last but not least, you want to keep your income to debt ratio below 2%. That means if you're earning £50,000, the expectation is you should not have debt exceeding £10,000, which excluding student loans. Talking about personal bills and try to keep it below 20% to keep your credit high. Now investments. We talked about the compound interest. There's different avenues you can invest. It's very important for you to be aware of this. Most importantly, I said, invest in yourself. Knowledge is power, and knowledge utilized is actually more beneficial. Another thing is if you have a business, invest in your business first before you invest in other people's businesses. If you see investing £5,000 for a business, £20,000 in my business and grow, do that first before you buy stocks or shares or land. Focus on that. People like to say, now I'm going to buy land and my property in Uganda. I'm going to invest. Now I put aside £10,000 and in 5 years, I'll have my house. The house is not paying nothing. It's not generating any income to you. If you have an opportunity, let's say, I'll give you a good example. If I buy a cow, my father has a big farm, that cow every 2 years gives birth on average, that money is making me more money. One cow could cost maybe 2 million. 2 cows cost what? After a few years, cost 4 million. That is compounding and it's growing itself. Compared to that house you're building, but you're not even staying in the UK. So sometimes it's weighing out what investments are more feasible. Sometimes you can feel like, I have this money, I need to use it for something. Pause. Most times when money is about to come your way, plan for it before it even comes. Otherwise you're going to get anxious to spend it because you fear you will spend it in a negative way. So you're like, as soon as this £4,000 comes in, I pay my bills, I have 1,000, I need to spend it, let me buy cement. That cement might not generate you any income. And at the same time, you see stories of people, they build their houses back home and they don't feel comfortable going back to their house back home. What a waste of investment. Yeah, if you're building maybe a rental property, it makes sense. If you're buying some land or goats and you have area to pastures to do them, do that. If not, invest in yourself. You cannot invest in yourself enough. The more upskilling you get, the more increase in your income. It's yes.
Sometimes I like to add that let us build those houses, especially residential houses, when you're ready to go there.
Exactly.
Because quite often, I remember when I came many years ago with a friend, my father told me I went back. My first holiday, my father said, "Come on, goodness, my son is not building himself a house." I still stand by what I told him then. Now I'm the one asking him. Because I said to him, why would you want me to build a house I'm not going to live in? Because I'm not about to come back. And I was telling my father, you don't understand the man I'm talking about. Really. He was answering me.
The one who
that one.
Yeah, the one who
I said, how dare you those days? But I was confident. I said, I cannot build a house that I'm not ready to live in. And I built more rentals which brought money. But when I'm ready to go, I said, I'll build it. But it's the same man now who said, I've got a house. because I'm ready. So that is those are two different things. It is not bad to build a house, but friends who build the houses then, now the houses are owned. They want a new house, and they have got workmen and chamber boys living in the house. By the time you want to live in your house, you need to redecorate it. It's grown old. That is a bad investment. So build a commercial house. Sorry, that house when you're about to go and live in it. Otherwise, something that brings money.
You know, mostly we people from Uganda, not learn something important. When you look at the people from West Africa, they have invested so much. They have bought houses. When you look at the place called Thames, the Abbeywood, those most of the houses here are owned in West Africa. No, I don't want to say Nigeria, but West Africa. You know how much the house is selling up now because of this trend in Elizabeth line? Half a million. When you invest here, it's better you invest first here than Uganda because a house, then let somebody is renting your house, is paying your mortgage. You know, you are earning money on it, and every year the price goes up. But if you put money in Uganda, yeah, like the rentals or something, yes, it's good. But look how much you're earning. Somebody will pay when you call a town in Uganda, for me, I can't tell you what to do. You know what I mean? But here every year the rent goes up.
The only challenge is that I think it's a bigger subject. The only challenge is that because by the time you raise up the percentage of these things, that is the only sign. Because in our culture, when you go to Twara, you understand? It can do something. Whereas Twara is £100. It's absolutely nothing towards you. It's absolutely nothing towards the mortgage. So there's a bit of science that comes into it. So it is, sometimes it's a question of
I want to challenge you. Come back home. You have Sendwell. You normally send money in Ghana. I want you to look at your Sendwell statement for the last 2 years. You'll be surprised how much money you sent back to Ghana.
No, I know it very well. I became financially literate, my friend.
Okay, just bring us back. So without going into the detail of all those investments, just something for you to think about. The detail of that can be more fast diving in about the tax benefits and so on. I just want 2 more points for investments that you should need to think about. Before you start investing, try to be debt-free. Yeah, tax free as much debt because usually it carries more interest than what you're aware of. So try to clear your debts and start small. If psychologically, paying off a small debt first gives you the momentum to pay the next higher interest ones, start there. If you have the discipline and you're like, I'm going to pay off my debts, start with the highest interest one. But know yourself. No one can tell you that, you know yourself. Another thing, have an emergency fund. £1,000 is usually more than enough for an emergency fund for most people. And the psychological benefit of that, knowing that I have £1,000 in case, God forbid, anything went wrong, a ticket comes in that I didn't plan. But somehow it lets you sleep more peacefully at night. Yeah? So don't take it for granted. If you can have that £1,000 put aside, you can have more. I'm not telling you not to. Yeah? You can have more, have more. Now, I want to briefly talk about inheritance planning. Yeah? A lot of times, we as Africans, we don't want to think about death, and we also don't want to think about the hereafter retirement. Yeah? But it's very important. You know, it's important for us to have wills, especially in this generation. There's so many of us who are older, who have experienced things where relatives are fighting over land because Amusei died and they didn't say anything, who's getting what. So the older one comes and says, it's mine. Then the young one said, but I built that house. And it causes problems. Have your will. Usually a will costs an average £150 to £1,000, depending on how detailed you want it, how complex and so on. And it kind of covers you and your children, if they know what is in the will ahead of time, they have their understanding of it's going to avoid those issues later on, because some people, they don't share that information because they don't trust their children. But we're trying to create that transparency and that communication. Have that will. You might feel uncomfortable writing what's going to happen after you pass away, but it's very important and it will save your family a lot of stress when it comes to that side. Another thing, consider life insurance. If you're going to be here in the UK for a long time, some people don't plan to go back to Uganda. Some people do plan to have UK and Uganda as an option. Have life insurance. It covers you most times till 65 years old. As I said, it can start even if you're young, start at £7. If you're older, maybe at £100 or so on. And the investment, I'll give you a good example. I got life insurance when I was like 28. I'm paying something like £17 a month. Over up to 65 years, I won't pay more than £11,000. But my payout, if God forbid anything happens to me, my children get £4,000 tax free, £400,000 tax free. Just goes to my wife and my children. And you can imagine if someone's focusing on having to pay for a funeral and all those things, the peace that it creates in that situation, you're setting your family up for just a small investment of 17 or £20 or £50 a month. The peace of mind you can create for your family when that is there. Think about it. I'm not telling you to do it, but it's up to you. Yeah. Another thing I want you to know about inheritance is the inheritance plan.
Some people argue, you see different people argue differently. Some people say, but that one, I only benefit from it when I'm gone. There are some people who don't want something they can't benefit from. There are other options. In Uganda right now, there's lots of policies that you can actually benefit from. There's life, but there's also investment life assurance. There's lots of them. And after a period of time, they give you that money if you want. You can go on and so don't get scared of investing in that as well. Because these things are growing. So life insurance is wonderful. Like you said, there are people who expect to live here. Here and there, others don't want to. The opportunities are there. And Uganda as well has started some very useful policies. And it doesn't have to be a big one. Very, very tiny money. 300,000, which is an equivalent of what? About £60. About £60 a month. And then after a period of time, there's good money to be had. And there's media. Me, I rejected those initially, but I sat down with an insurance. And they took me through it. I said, sign me now. Just now. Sign now. Sign me now. Now. You know, and they are really good policies. So I encourage people to think about the scene, and especially because they're not expensive.
And so on inheritance tax, I want you to know if you have a British passport, all of your assets worldwide are liable to inheritance tax. A lot of people get away from it, thinking you have a Ghana passport, it's separate. But even as long as it's under your names, you are meant to be paying inheritance tax.
That's right.
If you don't declare, that's it. Now, if you don't declare, I'm not encouraging, as I'm an accountant, I just have to say that if the taxman finds out that you have a property back home and they do their audit, they will come for your children to get that money. So you are liable for it. But there is some clauses to that. So if your overall estate, what I mean by estate, I mean your overall assets, money in the bank account, physical houses you own, is under currently £325,000 tax free. Because to your children, easy. There's another relief that you can easily do, which is if it goes to your direct children, or your spouse, you get up to £500,000. Yeah. Anything over that, 40% tax on the value above 40. The value above family. Yeah. So you need to have that in mind. And the new market value. Yeah. So when you're thinking about investments, some people will say, I'll buy my one house here, and then I'll put most of our investments unofficially somewhere.
Yes, let's try for the American passport. With the American passport, anywhere in the world, go. Any amount of money you can, you have to.
But that is the same with British. Even if you are a British citizen, you go and work in France, there is taxes you have to pay to it. And then will be the difference between. Correct.
Because of the taxation. Anywhere in the world, you have to.
So I want you to have that in mind when you're planning for the assets you have and what you plan to give over to your children. Know that if you're giving them that house, and nowadays you'd see average house price in London is about £530,000 average house price. And you can easily see if you wanted to buy a 3-bedroom house in Thamesmead or whatever, it's easily, as you said, you can find 400 all the way up to 600,000 pounds, depending on the location. So when you're giving that house to your children, there is a way around it, well, slightly a way around it. It's something called a lifetime gift. But I'll tell you this on free coin. There's something called a lifetime gift, right? So a lifetime gift is this. If you own a property and you want to give it to your children, you can give it to your children tax-free 7 years before you die. You know, I know most people don't know when they're gonna die, but let's say you get into 65, you're saying, you know, I don't know, maybe I've got my health is showing that maybe I've got 10, 20 years. 7 years before you die, you give it to your children. From that day onwards, they don't pay tax on it. They will only pay tax on the market value from that property at that date that you give it to them and when they choose to sell it. So I have a house, it's worth 500,000. I give it to my son, Jeremy. Jeremy now owns that house. When Jeremy sells it, he has to pay the difference between the tax on the difference between what he sells it for and that 500 pounds. Make sense? Yeah. If you pay now, the lifetime, if you don't give it in 7 years before, if you give it in less than 3 years, 40% tax on the 500, and then they give you a bit of an allowance if you do it early, all that. But one thing that is very important about that clause, if you give away that property, you have to either vacate that property, so you can't say, I'm putting it in their names, and then I'm going to continue living in it till I die. You can't do that. Yes. You can live in it, but if you're going to live in it, you have to pay your children market rate. And they can be taxed on that rent. Yeah, so the tax man has thought about these things. So when I think about this, when you choose to give it to them, maybe what they do is, if they own the property themselves, they sell their property, they move into your property, they live in that property. I'm very good at this. So be mindful of that as you all become wealthy, as you plan for your children. Be aware of if you're earning anything more and have assets worth over 500,000 pounds, 20%. Your children.
So we might as well chop
In June.
I'm not saying that.
No, but
what I'm saying
trust.
is, but there is ways around it. I want you to understand. Like I've given you one example. There's other reliefs, and also your children won't pay that 40%. Let's say if you give them the house, they won't say sell that house, give me that 40%. No, it's when they go to sell the house that they'll have to pay that 40%. So yes.
I was just suggesting some people what they do is they remove it and give their children.
They will go over it and carry on paying it.
Yeah, and give their children that percentage without paying the interest, because when you mortgage it, you're like borrowing, and in borrowing they don't charge you any tax.
Yeah. And for really wealthy individuals, like some people who are in this room or are going to be in this room, if you're worth, let's say, £1 million plus, there's things like trust. You know, once an asset goes into a trust, you put your house in a trust. It's very complicated to set up, but once you set it up, that is now owned by a trust as an entity in itself. The trust will only pay taxes on the income it generates. So if you have a house, you can live in that house for free, so on. If you rent, you're renting out a house, the rent will still be paying tax, but your children still receive tax. So there's different things that are options there, but as you become more financial literate and you know all these things, it becomes easier. But don't wait till you get to 50 to plan for yourself. Yeah. All I'm trying to encourage today is plan ahead. If you are not yet married, weddings are not cheap. The first house you get renting or buying is not cheap to furnish. Plan ahead and let your children know what to expect. Not to scare them, but start to ease them into knowing these are the responsibilities to have. Women are getting that education. Men should be giving that to their children so that their children know there's one, support from their father in that aspect, but two, there is that knowledge where it's like, oh, my dad told me that. Because, and the last thing I'll leave you with is power in community, right? Indians have done really well in most communities that I go to. They say that there was a statistic earlier this year that said Indians, Asians in particular, have become the largest property owners in the
Yes, of course.
Yeah. And that did not happen by mistake. There's decisions that are made. Moving out their house, only if they need to, and most times they just stay with their parents. They have a bigger house, buy another house. I'm not saying that your children have to stay with you and when you buy a house and they stay with their wives and you at your house, but there's habits you can understand from them. One, working in the community. You see your brother, and you know they're maybe an accountant or they're a lawyer or whatever, and you hear of an opportunity, it takes 2 minutes to send a message and say, you know what, I've seen this on LinkedIn. If you're interested, it can help someone do better financially. And tomorrow, there'll be the same person sending you a text message. Think about the community, it's not a competition. You know, you want your brothers and sisters to win. The second thing is, be mindful when you're speaking to other people that one, they're someone's daughter and son, but also that you got to think about how would you want people to treat your children. So you don't know what's going to happen in the future. Tomorrow, you're maybe at work, a person comes looking for an opportunity, like, okay, this boy looks at this, it's spoiled, you send them away. Now they might get a job, the child is going to that same place for an interview. They hear that name, oh, Ochon, and then they'll go back to Ochon there. Those are an opportunity. This world is smaller than we think. It's really smaller than you think. You'll be surprised someone you manage today is someone who's recruiting you tomorrow. It's really about networking. So be mindful of those things when you're also like encouraging your children, like treat people well. You know, yeah. That's me right now.
Wow, that was a lot of taking in from Ben. Can we give him another round of applause? Because he really studied before we gave across a lot of things. How much do you charge for one-to-one financial advice consultations? But no, honestly, thank you so much. We've come to the end. I know we've taken a bit of time, but I think we can say we've definitely learned. And I think we need more of these. Different. And it was evident how all the topics kind of changed throughout. I think one of them, fatherhood, children, parenting, that's another topic that I probably need to go on to. But I want to just wrap everything up in the next literally 5 minutes, and then we can get out of here. So, Pastor Mark, you can come up and just.
Is it okay to have contact number from those people? Is it okay to share the contact number?
I don't think it'll be a problem. So you can approach them. I think that would be fine. Yeah. If I have permission? Okay, I'll extend. Okay, yeah, Pastor Mark, wrap us up and we can get out of here. Thank you.
What is ready?
Can we clap for the presenters? Thank you, Ben. But have you enjoyed your time today? And I think we need more of this. Because the two topics you tackled today are really important to us as men. The mental health. That's really, because we don't talk to each other. And the finances really, and I like the way Ben was presenting. But because we are rushing in, we wanted more the details. He was talking about the investments. We need to know some of those investments. Because we have to generate, different types of generations. And we have generations of people who have grown up here. And they know exactly, when he talks about investments, you don't understand the language. Some of us who came from different countries, you wonder what are those investments? And we need them. We need to understand that. I like the way Brother Ben was presenting, that you can save money for a child right from when they are born. I think you're talking about the cows that back in Uganda, in the culture, that the child is born and the cow is given to them and then they multiply. But we can do that in this culture here that we're in, and that our children can multiply. But I like the Nigerian one. As soon as you earn, the first salary is so big. And we need more of our men to come to these things. When you're starting this, we talked about it being held every 2 months. Because I think we didn't even touch fatherhood. Fatherhood, we didn't touch that at all. And even being a husband, there's so much demand on the man, and yet you're not being replaced by that.
And we need to tell important because, like, as we said, normally what we were planning to say that it was to take 1 hour, but you can tell it has expanded because the great opportunity for speaking out.
And there's so much I wanted to ask Ben when he was
was here, but then I was away of time. And I said, no, what, I can't put pressure on you because I saw you was rushing. Yeah, sorry?
That's why he needs contact.
Yeah. Yes. But the good news is you are going to be having more of this. My challenge to you is that invite more people. If you are going to invite people, for us we are willing to organize them. But if you can gather, because we need to equip ourselves as men, we need to be better. We have to be better as men. We have to be better. There's so much on us, but we can sharpen ourselves and become better. Because there's so much on us, the children that you're bringing up, and we want better people coming out of this generation. That the children that we have, they've got to be better people. But we need those finance ideas to equip ourselves that we become better and better. Amen. Amen. Have you been blessed this afternoon? Oh, yes. I know there's so many experts in our community that we can use to sharpen. We need to share that knowledge among us. I know some of us have got services tomorrow, and we've got to go back home and then probably do some work at home. Yeah, worship and all that. What we are going to do, Victor and the group, we are going to produce the flyer. Yeah. We are going to sit down probably tomorrow or the other day and decide which date we are going to have. And then we have that flyer out as soon as possible, and then we can promote it. Yeah. Because this is what we have shared today. Yeah. We need more of our mental to understand and know that. And next time when it comes to finances, we are going to have more time. And because there's so many investments in this country that we need to be aware of.
And they're not expensive to get.
They're not expensive to get. Brother Ben, sorry to rush you today, okay. But we know for sure there's so much that you can share with us that we need more time. But another thing as well, next time when we say 2 o'clock, let's be at 2 o'clock because there's so much that we can share. Amen. Can we stand up on our feet? Get a man. Get some man, just one man, and speak life into that man. Tell him that you're going to be a better father. Speak to their mental well-being and say, you know what, my friend? My wife. Over there too. One of them, there are 3 of them, there should be 2. Say to him, can you speak that person and say, my friend, your mental well-being is my concern. And I pray that you be well mentally in the name of Jesus. You know, friend, you are a champion. You are a champion. You matter to me. You matter to me. You matter to many people. You matter to many people. Look after yourself. Look after yourself. Tell him that you know, friend. Your finances. Your finances do matter. You matter. Look after yourself. Look after yourself. Tell him that you're a millionaire. You are a millionaire. You're a millionaire. You are a millionaire. But look after your finances. Tell him talk about your finances. With people around you. In the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus. Father, we thank you for your grace. Thank you for this wonderful day that we have had. We are praying in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ that we become better men. Amen. That we become better men in our generation. That we become useful to the people around us, even to ourselves. Give us the grace that we may be able to invest in ourselves and that your name will be glorified. Let us be sharpened in your word, and we shall become leaders in whatever area that you put us in, and that your name will be glorified. In the name of Jesus Christ we pray. Amen. All us in favor, because we have a church tomorrow, give us the hand that we may remove all these tables and set up this building as a church.
Probably the tables out.
Yeah, that was very good. You're going straight. Yeah.
I was going to talk mainly because I had in front of me. I'm glad.
Yeah. James, Ivane.
Oh, yo, can you come with a plastic bag? We'll put these cans all in a container. Very good for me to take them out. Yeah, I'm gonna put it on. Carry them all. Put some of them in here.
What's the best camera? Yeah. Okay.
Let me check, because I used to go in there, but I don't know if they would. Brother Andrew. What is your favorite camera?
Yeah.
Yes. What day is the bin collection? What day is bin collection?
Bin collection? For this place?
Yeah.
Why? The bin's full?
No, I have some, my place only does it once and it changes the days. So I'm thinking just to do it.
Rubbish?
Yeah.
No, so what you should do, this is how busy you are. My mom's house, you know, it's a flats in it.
Yeah.
At the bottom we have bins, you can just chuck stuff in it.
Yeah.
So it depends how busy you are.
I'm busy. I'm trying to avoid going to, what is it?
You want to get straight to the motorway?
Yeah. But I think if they're collecting your money, then I can put it here. But if not, then I'll take it to my mom's now.
Yeah, 2 months.
Yeah?
Because free collection is done already now.
Oh.
It's done for the year.
What? What do you mean for the year?
I said for the week. That's
Oh,
what's
okay.
happened. And it's every 2 weeks now. They changed it. British Borough, man. The budget cuts. Oh, they've got the storeroom that's got the bin inside, isn't it? Yeah, we do that now. Start doing the chairs. The fish is in the freezer.
Oh.
We didn't get to the fish, bro.
You waste time, bro. Rice and the chicken in separate containers. You already know. You waste time. Sneeze, you lose, bro.
Yeah, man, how about you? It's served, but it's chop well.
How many is there? Always get confused with this.
That's it. Make things done.
Again next time.
I was thinking, because even in the past, those kinds
Of information.
it's unless it's
Yeah.
make service a little private.
Alright.
Honestly.
You still got the keys? Yeah. For the track list inside. That's not to me.
Well, anyone who was caught in a storm or a biblical rain shower this week knows that summer is just about over. They'll be quite happy to put the summer on the back burner after two underwhelming performances against Senegal and Angola. This afternoon they wander into the atmospheric Villa Park with new opportunities, new focus and a new season upon them. One that they hope ends in New York in July next year. Anderson. Looks like a lot, doesn't he, in the centre of the park. So the ball into Madueke. Now to Eze. Tries to drill one. It's England's first shot on target in the match. And again, it's Anderson on the ball, just finding and passing between lines. Once you do that, defenders have to engage. Midfield players are looking over the shoulder. You get a shot away, a little bit of deflection. This is Gay. Trying to force it out to James, who's got the better of St. Nicholas. Ball's loose inside the box, right, seats it out. It's cleared away by the veteran. England's best passage of play. Danger's not over yet. Here's Kane. The cross from James flashes through his legs. Well, two missed it, but last one, Kane at that far post. Just waiting for it to hit the back. That ball's decent. Causes trouble. Eze thinks he's going to hit the far post. Mira gets it away, but this one is an absolute teach. Brilliant ball. Goalkeeper can't call for that, just wait for a boot to hit it. Harry Kane's closest. James. This is Gay. Ball into Eze. That's Colin. Madueke. Looking for Kane, oh, it's flipped it. It's Garcia, who got the final touch. Christian Garcia. Nodding it beyond his own goalkeeper to give England the lead. An intuition, an invention from Madueke. England are on the scoreboard. It's no coincidence that all the trouble that's come in his first half from crosses. Max Kelly puts an early one in. James puts a pinch in just before this. Madueke just gets it with his left foot, a little bit of a half a yard, and then just lifts it. He's in the danger and somebody's got to deal with it. Honestly, Garcia obviously dealt with it better than that. The crosses hurt you. The floodgates could open now. Try and find a little bit of bite to this second half. Here's Madueke. It's on the back foot, but still going Madueke. Emery Chiesa with Sergio Alvarez. Comes back to Marcus Rashford. Oh, he's missed the target. That's great free from Madueke in the build-up to it. As his contribution key as well. Rashford couldn't find the finish. That's it, we disappointed he hadn't scored there because he got loads of time. Brilliant run, set up on a play. Just aim for that far corner, and again,
What match is that?
Be more disappointed because it's just bending the ball into that far corner and wait to hit the side netting. Great view. Nearly 2 years, his last one. It's Italy in the European Championship qualifier. Great pressing, it's Anderson. Oh, what a save. Anderson trying to get there again. Super high press from England. Anderson almost plotted it. Here's Kane. He's dived straight up into the arms of Alvarez. Has he not got any goal? Not got one because Alvarez has pulled off a worldie. Wins the ball back, begging for it from Harry Kane. It's a little bit behind him. Kind of drags it, scoops it. Keeper gets a really good glove on it. Just a little bit behind him. Just playing a little bit deeper now. Dora, who came out the first few minutes of the second half, just dropped back into that line. That's James. That's it. The spirits
Well, he's definitely comfortable with that more advanced role. He relishes getting into the box. The three really good crosses in the first half created chances and indeed a goal. This one took that far close, just waiting for it to drift over.
Buy now with O2. Through top price of 150 gig data sim. Now at £12 off.
Thank you very much.
Plus, over 3 million YouTube. Up to 25 gig.
Well, there he's head, and it does. He's just waiting for it. And again, the quality of the cross sets the goal up.
I'm still with him here. I'm finished late.
International. Where'd you go with that?
Just England version. I love it. I love the England version too.
Vamos sacar o colorido, vamos colocar ele vai, eu vou não fazer. Olha aí, não vai na boca na água. Digamos, poxa, agora está com baixa boca, não vou puxar. Já assim, tomou.
Sim, How did it guess? Are we leaving now?
Right, come on, Desire. Oh, Joe.
Yeah.
Did you? Don't worry, I'll do it.
There's custody. Don't
bino ebyuma bisigala nga bwe biri ne laptops. Peter, eno laptop esigala bweti. Laptop. Bino ebyuma bisigala byaka.